Oh, a new visitor from the frozen north. Welcome, wanderer. Are you lost? Tired from a long journey through the ice and snow? Well then, come in. Sit beside the fireplace. Let the cold leave your bones for a while. And let me tell you some stories. Old ones. Stories that have been passed down in the Freljord for thousands of years, spoken quietly in the dark while blizzards raged outside. Stories about gods who walked among mortals, about three sisters who made a bargain that nearly ended the world, about a secret buried so deep beneath the ice that most people have forgotten it was ever there at all. Are you comfortable? Good. Then let us begin. The Freljord is the northernmost inhabited region of the continent of Valoran in the world of Runeterra, the world where League of Legends takes place. And from a purely practical standpoint, it is one of the most hostile places any living thing has ever chosen to call home. Imagine a landscape of almost incomprehensible scale. Mountain ranges that make other mountain ranges look like rolling hills, their peaks disappearing into clouds that never fully clear. Tundra so flat and vast that the horizon looks like the edge of the world. Glaciers the size of small countries, ancient and slow and utterly indifferent to anything moving across their surface. Blizzards that appear without warning and last for days, reducing visibility to nothing and dropping temperatures to the point where unprotected skin begins to die within minutes. And yet, people live here. Not just survive, live. Have built cultures and traditions and songs and stories here for thousands and thousands of years. Have made the ice their ally rather than their enemy. Have learned to read the weather the way a scholar reads a book, have developed a relationship with the cold that isn't about conquering it, but about belonging to it. The Freljord doesn't break the people who are born here, it makes them. The landscape itself has a few features worth understanding before we go any further into the history, because these places come up again and again in the stories. The Howling Abyss is perhaps the most significant. A bottomless crevasse in the far north, surrounded by an ancient fortress carved directly into a glacier. No one alive knows who built the fortress. The construction predates any surviving record. What is known is that something was sealed into the depths of the abyss a very long time ago. Something that the Freljord's most powerful forces spent everything they had to put there. We'll talk about what that was in considerable detail later. True ice is the other thing you need to understand. True ice is not ordinary ice. It is a magical substance found only in the Freljord, specifically in places touched by very old and very deep magic. True ice never melts, not in summer, not in fire, not in the warmth of a living hand. It is extraordinarily hard and can be worked by those with the knowledge, but the working of true ice is itself deeply magical. It cannot be shaped by conventional tools. Only the iceborn, a rare category of humans with innate resistance to cold and a natural connection to ice magic, can wield true ice without it being immediately, catastrophically dangerous to them. For everyone else, touching true ice causes frostbite severe enough to kill. The iceborn are not numerous. They appear rarely, seemingly at random, and their emergence has, throughout Freljordian history, repeatedly changed everything. The political landscape of the modern Freljord is defined by three major factions, the three largest tribes, each one led by a war mother, and each one with a completely different vision of what the Freljord should be. The Avarosen are the largest of the three. Led by a young woman named Ash, they are the tribe most oriented toward peace, toward building something permanent, toward the idea that the scattered peoples of the Freljord might someday unite into a single nation rather than a collection of tribes constantly at war with each other. Ash is an idealist, which in the context of the Freljord is an almost radical position. The Winter's Claw are the second. Led by Sejuani, they are the raiders, hard, nomadic, built around the idea that strength is the only real currency, and that raiding and conquest are not just survival strategies, but a way of life worth celebrating. They look at Ash's vision of peace and unity and see it as weakness, or worse, naivety. The Freljord has always been a place where the strong survive and the weak don't, and in Sejuani's view, pretending otherwise is a good way to end up at the bottom of a glacier. The Frost Guard are the third, and they are the most interesting and the most dangerous. The Frost Guard present themselves as keepers of tradition, archivists of Freljordian history, protectors of sacred sites and ancient knowledge. Their leader is Lysandra, the Ice Witch, and their real purpose is something that most Freljordians don't know, and that Lysandra works very hard to keep buried. We'll spend a lot of time with Lysandra. She has been at the center of Freljordian history for longer than most people would believe, or be comfortable believing. But before we get to any of that, we need to go back, much, much further back, to a time before the tribes existed, before the Iceborn were a concept, before the Three Sisters were born. We need to start where the Freljord itself started, with the demigods. Before any human set foot in the frozen north, the land belonged to beings of immense power, not gods in the distant, unknowable sense, not abstract forces worshipped from a distance. These were entities that walked the land, that shaped it with their presence, that fought and argued and created and destroyed, and whose nature was so intertwined with the Freljord itself that you cannot separate one from the other. They are called demigods, and three of them matter most to this story. The oldest of them is Orn. Orn is the god of the forge, of fire, of craft, which is a strange thing to be in a land of eternal ice, but the Freljord has always held contradictions within itself. Beneath the frozen surface, the earth is geologically active. Volcanic rifts, magma channels, subterranean heat that leaks upward through the rock in certain places. Orn found these places and made them his workshop. He is solitary, deeply solitary. He has always preferred the company of his forge and his materials to the company of other beings. He is not cruel or cold. He simply has no particular interest in socializing when there are things to be made. His creations are legendary, weapons and tools and artifacts of such extraordinary quality that stories about them were still being told thousands of years after he made them, by people who had no idea they were talking about the work of a living being rather than a mythological figure. His relationship with his brother Volibear was the defining relationship of the early demigod age. Two beings of enormous power who were deeply, genuinely connected, and whose eventual falling out left wounds in the Freljord that are still healing. Volibear is everything Orn is not. Where Orn is quiet and inward and precise, Volibear is thunder itself made manifest. He is the storm. He is the primal, untamed violence of nature, lightning, howling wind, the crash of ice breaking apart in spring. He is the oldest kind of fear and the oldest kind of awe, combined into one vast being who delights in both. He is worshipped by the Ursine, a community of beings that live in the far north above the ice sea, some of whom have become so consumed by devotion to Volibear that they have transformed, taking on bear-like aspects, becoming something between human and divine animal. Volibear's followers reflect his nature, passionate, fierce, committed to a vision of the Freljord that is raw and wild and ancient. What Volibear wants, in the deepest sense, is for the world to be what it was. He watches civilization spread, tribes building settlements, humans developing agriculture and trade and permanent structures, and he sees it as a wound. The Freljord was magnificent when it was purely wild, The demigods ruled, the land breathed freely, and everything was honest in its violence. The creep of what passes for civilization feels to Volibear like covering something essential with something false. He and Orn were close once. They fought alongside each other, protected each other's territories, maintained the bond of brothers across millennia. But when the three sisters rose to power and began to reshape the human world of the Freljord, the brothers disagreed on how to respond. Orn refused to fight the sisters, not because he approved of everything they were doing, but because he didn't see it as his war. Humans organize themselves. They always have. You can reshape the landscape all you do. Like, humans will still build fires and tell stories, and eventually elect leaders and then argue about whether those leaders are any good. Fighting the tide of human ambition has always been a losing proposition. Volibear could not accept this. He wanted to destroy the sisters, to drive them out of the Freljord before they could do whatever it was they were planning. And when Orn refused to help, Volibear attacked, not the sisters, but his brother's followers. The Hearthblood, the craftspeople who had gathered around Orn's mountain forge and built their lives around the art of making things, were slaughtered. Orn survived. His followers didn't. He withdrew from the world after that, went back to his forge, went back to his solitude, went deep into the volcanic places under the Freljord where nothing could reach him. Whether he is still there, still working, still waiting for a time when his skills would be needed again, that is one of the Freljord's enduring questions. Anivia is the third, and in many ways the most beloved. She is a phoenix made of ice and wind, an ancient spirit who has existed in the Freljord since before the demigods began counting time. She embodies the cycle of life and death and rebirth. She has died and been reborn multiple times over the course of Freljordian history, and each death and return coincides, not coincidentally, with the beginning of a new era. She is the herald of change, whether or not anyone is ready for it. Old stories say that Anivia's very first hatching, the moment she broke free from her original egg of true ice, was what brought snow into the world, that the first beats of her enormous wings created the winds that now sweep permanently across the Freljord. These stories may be metaphor. They may not be. In a world where a forge god genuinely lives under a mountain and a storm god genuinely commands lightning, the line between metaphor and history is genuinely difficult to draw. What is clear is that Anivia chooses to work alongside the human world rather than against it. She is not a benevolent force in a soft, gentle sense. She is enormous and powerful, and the cold she brings with her can kill. But she has consistently, across thousands of years, chosen to understand humanity rather than simply dominate it. When the three sisters rose to power, Anivia was the one who moved to cooperate rather than fight. She saw something in the human impulse to build and organize, something worth protecting if it could be guided in the right direction. She appears before Ash at a pivotal moment in the modern era, at the sacred site of Avarosa's throne, the place where Ash finds her true icebow and is confirmed, in the way these things get confirmed in the Freljord, as the legitimate heir to Avarosa's vision. The fact that Anivia chose to appear at this moment, after thousands of years of watching, is not an accident. Anivia doesn't do things by accident. Now we arrive at the event that defines everything else in Freljordian lore. The thing that happened so long ago that most people in the modern Freljord believe it is mythology rather than history. The secret that Lysandra has been maintaining through deception and violence for thousands of years. It begins with three sisters. Avarosa, Cyrilda, and Lysandra were born in the early human age of the Freljord, a period when humans were still largely tribal and nomadic, and the demigods were the dominant forces in the landscape. The three sisters grew up in a world of wild, barely understood magic, and all three of them were hungry for something greater than what they had. They wanted to understand the forces of the world, to control them, to use them not just for survival, but for genuine power, the ability to shape the Freljord rather than simply endure it. Lysandra was the one who found the way. Through a practice called dream walking, a form of magical consciousness that could reach beyond the boundaries of the physical world, Lysandra made contact with something on the other side of reality, something that had been pressing against the boundaries of the world for a very long time, something that spoke of power, of gifts, of the ability to become more than human. She called them the Watchers. The Watchers are not gods. They are not spirits or demigods or any kind of being with a name in Runeterra's normal vocabulary. They are entities from outside the world, entities whose nature is fundamentally incompatible with the existence of the material realm. Not unlike the void, in some ways, though the Watchers appear to have a different kind of consciousness to the mindless consuming force that poured through Icathia. The Watchers think. They plan. They see Runeterra as something to be entered and remade in their image. And they saw in Lysandra a door. The deal Lysandra struck on behalf of herself and her sisters was this. The Watchers would grant them immortality, the power of the Iceborn, and the ability to unite the Freljord under their rule. In exchange, Lysandra and her sisters would prepare Runeterra for the Watchers' arrival, would weaken the barriers between their realm and the material world, would help them cross over. What Lysandra told her sisters about this bargain was apparently incomplete. Avarosa and Serilda knew they were making a deal with powerful outside forces. They may not have fully understood what those forces were or what they intended for the world. With their new iceborn power, the three sisters did what they set out to do. They united the scattered tribes of the Freljord one by one through force and through diplomacy in roughly equal measure. They established the first real network of alliances the North had ever seen. The Freljord, which had always been a collection of warring factions, began to look like something that might eventually be a nation. And then the Watchers began to arrive. When Avarosa and Serilda understood fully what their sister had agreed to, when they saw what was beginning to come through the gaps in reality that Lysandra had been quietly widening, they turned on her. The war that followed was unlike anything the Freljord had experienced before or since. The three sisters, each with the power of the Iceborn and the armies of united Freljordian tribes behind them, fighting each other across a landscape that was being literally torn apart by the forces being unleashed. The Watchers, meanwhile, were beginning to emerge, vast, wrong, incompatible with the world in the same deep way that the void is incompatible with the world. The sisters recognized, even in the middle of their conflict, that stopping the Watchers had to take priority over everything else. Avarosa and Serilda gave their lives. The exact mechanics of what happened are deliberately obscured in Lysandra's version of history. And since Lysandra controls the version of history that survives, we can't be entirely certain of every detail. What is known is that the power released by their sacrifice was used to seal the Watchers beneath the ice, specifically into the frozen depths of what would become the Howling Abyss. Entombed in true ice, so deep and so cold that even entities as powerful as the Watchers couldn't break free. And Lysandra was the one left standing. What she did next is either the greatest act of self-sacrifice in Freljordian history, or the most sophisticated long-term power play anyone in Runeterra has ever executed. Possibly both simultaneously. She built the Frost Guard. The Frost Guard's real purpose, the thing that Lysandra actually built them to do, is to maintain the seals on the Howling Abyss. The true ice prison holding the Watchers is not permanent. It is slowly degrading. Lysandra knows this because she's been watching it for thousands of years, personally, maintaining it, reinforcing it where it weakens, hunting down and eliminating any Iceborn who might disturb it. Because here is the horror at the center of Lysandra's story. The Iceborn are, in some sense, connected to the Watchers. The immortality and power that the Watchers granted the sisters passed into the Iceborn bloodline. Every Iceborn who exists in the modern Freljord carries within them a trace of the same power that sealed the Watchers, or, from another angle, the same power that was supposed to let the Watchers in. Lysandra hunts Iceborn. Not all of them, and not openly. That would cause the kind of chaos that would draw attention to what she's doing. But Iceborn who grow too powerful, who start asking the wrong questions, who threaten the balance she has spent millennia maintaining, they have a way of disappearing, or of being quietly redirected, brought under Frostguard influence, where they can be managed. She has also spent thousands of years rewriting history. The Frostguard are the archivists of Freljordian memory. They are the ones who preserve old records, who tell the old stories, who decide what counts as true and what counts as myth. Under Lysandra's direction, the real story of the three sisters, the Watchers, the Bargain, the War, has been carefully, systematically buried. Most Freljordians believe it is legend, heroic myth, not something that actually happened, and certainly not something with ongoing consequences. This is what makes Lysandra one of the most genuinely unsettling figures in all of League of Legends lore. Not because she is purely evil, she isn't. She is doing something that is, in a terrible way, necessary. The Watchers cannot be allowed to emerge. The world would end. And she is the only being alive who fully understands the threat and has been working against it. But the methods, the thousands of years of lies, the lives erased, the history buried, the autonomy of an entire culture, the Freljord's right to know its own story, sacrificed to maintain one woman's vigil. Whether any of it is justifiable is a question the lore very deliberately does not answer for you. Let's step back from the ancient catastrophes for a moment and talk about what life in the Freljord actually looks like. Because underneath all the demigods and watchers and political intrigue, there are real people living real lives in an extraordinarily demanding environment. Freljordian society is tribal at its core. The tribe is the primary unit of everything: family, army, economy, governance, identity. You are your tribe in a way that people from more urbanized cultures don't quite have an equivalent for. The tribe moves together, hunts together, raids together, defends together, and mourns together. Your individual identity is real and valued, but it exists in the context of the tribe rather than apart from it. Leadership within tribes is passed through War Mothers, the senior female leaders who hold the highest authority. The title can be inherited, but it can also be won. In combat. If you believe the current War Mother is weak or wrong, the Freljordian answer is refreshingly direct. Challenge her, fight her, win, and you're the War Mother now. This system produces leaders who are genuinely tested in a very immediate way, which is both its strength and its obvious limitation. Below the War Mother, tribes are organized around practical function. Warriors, hunters, crafters, healers, and the Blackclads, a class of priests and shamans who serve as the spiritual and religious authority of the tribe, often assigned to villages as both advisors and keepers of oral tradition. Raiding is not universally viewed as a moral failure within the Freljord. This is one of the things that outsiders, particularly Dalmatians, who have suffered considerably from Freljordian raids on their northern borders, find most incomprehensible. But within the Freljordian worldview, raiding is a form of proof. You raid because you are strong enough to take what you need, and because the existence of plenty in one place while others go without is itself a problem. The strong take. The weak defend themselves, or they don't. It is honest in a way that more polished forms of exploitation are not. This doesn't mean everyone in the Freljord agrees with this philosophy. The Avarosan model, trade and alliance rather than raid and conquest, is a genuinely competing vision, and Ash's growing coalition suggests that a significant portion of the Freljord's population is ready for something different. But the raiding tradition is deeply woven into the culture, and the Winter's Claw in particular treats it as almost sacred. The spiritual life of the Freljord is rich and deeply practical. The demigods are not abstract theological concepts. They are beings that have been seen, that have intervened in human affairs living memory ago, that leave physical marks on the landscape. Worship here is not about distant transcendence, but about relationship. You honor Anivia by caring for the birds that represent her. You honor Orn by practicing your craft with patience and integrity. You honor Volibear by being willing to fight, by not flinching, by meeting the storm head-on. Spirit walkers occupy a special and complicated position in Freljordian spirituality. A spirit walker is someone who has learned to channel the primal spirits of the land, not the demigods themselves, but the countless smaller spirits that exist throughout the natural world. Spirit walking is ancient and wild and not entirely safe. It requires essentially opening your mind to the spirit world completely, which means that whatever is in the spirit world can potentially reach back through you. The champion Udyr represents the spirit walker tradition at its most powerful and most dangerous. Udyr's story is one of the more quietly devastating ones in the Freljord's champion roster. He was always sensitive to the spirit world in ways that made ordinary life difficult. Hearing things others couldn't, feeling presences others were oblivious to, pulled in directions that had no rational explanation. He traveled to Ionia to train with masters there, to learn control, to find a framework that could contain what was happening to him, and the training helped to a degree. But the spirits of the Freljord are different from the spirits of Ionia. They are older, rawer, less inclined to cooperate with frameworks and disciplines. When he returned to the Freljord, he found that he could channel its primal spirits, Volibear's storm, the bear, the turtle, the phoenix, but at a cost. Each channeling pulls him further from the purely human. He is caught in a place between the spirit world and the material one, and the longer he spends there, the more uncertain the path back becomes. He is not losing himself in a simple way. He is becoming something different. Whether that different thing is better or worse than what he was is a question he doesn't have. The luxury of sitting with for long, because the spirits don't wait for you to catch your breath. The oral tradition is perhaps the most important cultural institution in the Freljord. In a land where writing materials are hard to come by and preservation is difficult, the stories carried in living memory are the primary form of cultural transmission. This is why storytelling tribes like the Notai are so highly valued. They are the keepers of the community's collective memory, traveling between settlements with songs and tales that carry history disguised as entertainment. The Notai are a fascinating tribe to spend a moment with, because they represent something unusual in the Freljord's landscape of warriors and raiders and religious orders. They are none of those things primarily. They are artists. Their power is the power of narrative, the ability to make people feel connected to something larger than their immediate survival. A Notai storyteller arriving at a settlement is an event. People gather. The fires are built up. And for a few hours, the cold and the hardship and the constant low-level anxiety of Freljordian life recede a little, replaced by something that reminds everyone present why they are bothering to survive in the first place. Nunu and his mother Leica are members of the Notai, which is why Nunu's lore has the specific emotional texture it does. He is a child raised to believe in the power of stories, and then tested by reality in the most painful possible way. The stories he grew up with told him that the world contains heroes and magic and the possibility of reunion. His life has spent a significant amount of time trying to kill that belief. He has refused to let it die. This stubbornness is not naivety. It is the Notai tradition's deepest expression. The story is what survives. The story is what you carry when everything else is gone. It is also, of course, exactly why Lysandra's control of the Frostguard's archives is so significant. When the primary form of cultural memory is oral and the keepers of the official written record are your people, you can shape what future generations believe with extraordinary precision. The campfire itself, the literal fire around which stories are told, around which communities gather when the temperature outside could kill, is one of the central symbols of Freljordian culture. You know who your people are by who sits at the fire with you. You honor the dead by keeping the fire burning for them, and when you meet a stranger, offering them a place by your fire is one of the most meaningful gestures in the Freljordian vocabulary of kindness. Death in the Freljord is treated with a directness that sometimes startles outsiders. It is everywhere, and so it is not hidden. Children grow up understanding that the cold can take people, that a bad winter means losses, that the strongest fighter in the tribe can be gone by spring. The Freljordian response to this is not fatalism exactly. It's more like radical honesty. You don't pretend death isn't coming. You live with that knowledge fully, and you let it make you present in the moments you have. You fight hard. You love hard. You feast when you can and endure when you must. And when your time comes, you go without dragging your feet, because dragging your feet has never once stopped the cold. The concept of a good death is culturally significant in a way that intersects interestingly with Olaf's obsession and with the Spirit Walker tradition. There is something in the Freljordian worldview that insists on the quality of an ending, not just its presence. How you die matters. What you were doing when it happened matters. The story of your death becomes part of the story of your life, and that story gets told by the Notai, carried to the next settlement, kept alive in the collective memory of a people who understand that memory is the only real immortality anyone gets. Let us look more closely at the three major factions of the modern Freljord, not just their leaders, but their cultures, their values, and what they represent. The Avarosan take their name from Avarosa, one of the three ancient sisters, the one whose legacy has been shaped by Lysandra into something softer and more manageable than the real woman likely was. In the popular telling, Avarosa is the sister of peace and unity, the one who dreamed of bringing the Freljord together. Whether that is accurate to who Avarosa actually was, we can't be entirely sure. But the ideal has taken on a life of its own, and Ash has built an entire political movement around it. The Avarosan hold territory in the southern and central Freljord, the more temperate regions where farming is at least technically possible, where trade with the outside world, Demacia to the south, makes some economic sense. They are the most settled of the three major tribes, the most interested in building permanent structures, in developing something like institutions. They are not soft. Avarosan warriors are genuine and capable, and the tribe's alliance building has made it by far the largest coalition in the Freljord. But their approach to power is fundamentally different from the Winter's Claws. Where Sejuani raids, Ash negotiates. Where the Winter's Claw demands, the Avarosan offer. The Winter's Claw trace their lineage to Serilda, the second of the three sisters, the one whose name has been largely scrubbed from popular memory by the Frostguard's historical management. Serilda, in the fragments that survive, seems to have been the most purely martial of the three sisters, a fighter and a tactician who believed in strength as the only reliable currency. Sejuani embodies this inheritance completely. The Winter's Claw are nomadic. They don't build permanent settlements. Instead, they construct and deconstruct their villages seasonally, often using their longships as structural components of their camps. They are perpetually mobile, perpetually ready to move, perpetually oriented toward the horizon and whatever might be there to be taken or fought. Their raids are not random. Sejuani is a brilliant tactician, arguably the most gifted military mind in the Freljord, and the Winter's Claw's raiding patterns follow strategic logic. They don't raid purely to survive. They raid to demonstrate capacity, to keep other tribes uncertain and off balance, to ensure that the Winter's Claw's reputation as the most dangerous force in the north is continuously maintained. Sejuani herself carries a flail made of true ice, one of the few weapons of that material in active use anywhere in Runeterra. Her mount is a massive druvask named Bristle, an enormous boar-like creature that has been with her since her youth. Together, they are one of the most recognizable and most feared presences in the Freljord. The Frostguard are what they appear to be on the surface, and also something completely different underneath. On the surface, a religious and scholarly order devoted to preserving Freljordian history, maintaining sacred sites, and providing healing and spiritual guidance to the broader population. Their missionaries and healers travel widely throughout the Freljord, and they are generally well received. They do genuinely help people. This is part of what makes them effective as a cover. Underneath, the personal army and intelligence network of Lysandra, the single most ancient and powerful being in the Freljord, whose real mission is to maintain the seals on the Howling Abyss and ensure that the Watchers never escape. The Frostguard Citadel is built directly above the Howling Abyss, not coincidentally. Lysandra has been literally sitting on top of her greatest secret for thousands of years. Most Frostguard members are genuine believers in what they've been told the organization is. Some of the inner circle know more. Very few know everything. This is how Lysandra has operated for millennia. Compartmentalization, the management of information, the maintenance of belief through careful control of what each level of the organization understands about its own purpose. The Freljord has produced some of the most beloved and most ancient champions in the League of Legends universe. Let's spend time with each of them, their stories, their relationships to the broader lore, and what they represent within the world of the Freljord. Ashe, the Frost Archer. Ashe grew up knowing she was going to lead. As the only child of the Avarosan war mother Grana to survive early childhood, a detail that tells you something about mortality rates in the Freljord, she was raised with the full weight of expectation. Leadership was not a dream she had. It was a responsibility she was born into. She did not always want it. Ashe is, at her core, an idealist, someone who genuinely believes that the Freljord's tribes can stop fighting each other long enough to build something better. And idealism in the Freljord is a lonely position. Most of the people around her, even the ones who love her, are skeptical that unity is achievable. The Winter's Claw thinks it's naive. The Frostguard supports it selectively when it suits Lysandra's purposes. She is iceborn. She discovered this when she found the true ice bow at Avarosa's throne, a sacred site where she encountered Anivia herself, the ancient phoenix, confirming in that appearance that Ashe carries something real within her. Her political marriage to Tryndamere, the barbarian king who wanders the Freljord as a near-legendary fighter, began as strategy and became something warmer over time. He is volatile and rage-fueled and not naturally suited to diplomacy. She is patient and thoughtful and not naturally suited to the kind of naked confrontation that Freljordian politics often requires. They cover each other's weaknesses and have both grown in directions they wouldn't have found alone. Ash's dream is simple and enormous. One Freljord, one people. The end of the constant civil war that grinds everyone down in favor of something that can actually hold together long enough to face what's coming. Whether that's achievable, and what what's coming actually turns out to be, is the central question of the Freljord's ongoing story. Lysandra, the Ice Witch. We have already spent significant time with Lysandra's story in the historical sections, but a few things specifically about her as a person in the present day are worth dwelling on. She is thousands of years old. She's been maintaining her vigil over the howling abyss for longer than most of Runeterra's current civilizations have existed. The weight of that is not something the lore invites you to dismiss. Imagine knowing something that would destroy the world if people found out, and also knowing that the only way to prevent the world's destruction is to keep knowing it alone, forever, while everyone around you ages and dies and is replaced by people who know less than the last generation did. She is not purely a villain. She is doing what she believes is necessary. The seals on the Watchers are real. The threat is real. And her methods, the lies, the assassinations, the historical revisionism, have, from a certain perspective, worked. The Watchers are still sealed. The world is still here. But she is also not a hero. The autonomy she has stolen from the Freljord, its right to know its own history, to make informed choices about its own future, is real too. Every generation of Freljordians who grows up believing a myth rather than a truth is a generation that cannot make choices based on what is actually at stake. There is also the question of what she actually plans to do when the seals finally fail completely, because they are failing. The true ice that contains the Watchers is slowly, inexorably corrupting into something darker and more unstable. Lysandra has been reinforcing it for millennia, but she cannot reinforce it forever. What is her endgame? Does she have one? Or is she simply maintaining, day after day, century after century, a vigil without a conclusion? Sewanni, Fury of the North. Sewanni's story is one of hardship turned into iron. Her mother Kalkia abandoned the tribe during Sewanni's childhood, left her political marriage for personal reasons, left the tribe in chaos, left the young Sewanni to be raised by her grandmother, Hajian. Hajian was demanding, exacting, and had very little warmth to spare. She trained Sewanni hard and loved her in the Freljordian way, by making her capable rather than comfortable. As a child, Sewanni spent summers visiting the Avarosan tribe, where she became close friends with Ash. She idolized Ash's mother, Grina. She found in the Avarosan camp something she wasn't getting at home: warmth, ease, the sense of belonging without having to fight for it constantly. Then her grandmother ended the visits, cut the ties, and Sejuani lost that too. When she eventually took control of the Winter's Claw, she earned it through pure will and demonstrated ability, rebuilding a tribe that her mother had run nearly into the ground. She became something harder than the girl who had been friends with Ash. Not because the warmth was gone exactly, but because she had decided that warmth was not the tool for the job. She sees Ash's alliance building not through envy or pure opposition, but through genuine strategic disagreement. In Sejuani's analysis, the Freljord cannot be united by mutual agreement. There are always going to be tribes who won't cooperate unless they're afraid not to. The Winter's Claw's raids and reputation create the necessary background condition of fear that makes Ash's diplomatic overtures credible. You don't negotiate with someone who thinks they can simply refuse. You negotiate with someone who has seen what happens to people who refuse to negotiate. Whether this analysis is right, and whether Sejuani genuinely intends to eventually support Ash's dream or simply use it as cover for her own ambitions, is one of the Freljord's most interesting unresolved questions. ORNN, the fire below the mountain. Orn has not died. He withdrew after Volibear's attack on his followers to the volcanic places beneath the Freljord. He is still there, in his forge, still making things, though for whom or to what purpose is unclear, since the community he made things for is gone. His presence in the modern lore is largely indirect. Artifacts of his creation exist throughout the Freljord, objects whose quality is so far beyond what any mortal craftsperson could produce that they have become religious objects, legendary weapons and stories told by people who have no idea they're talking about something that was made by a living being a relatively short time ago. He is, in his solitude, one of the most melancholy figures in Freljordian lore. He has the capacity to care. His attachment to the hearthblood, the people who gathered around his forge, was real, and he lost it to his brother's rage. His refusal to become involved in the struggle between the sisters and the demigods could be read as wisdom, or it could be read as a withdrawal from the world that ultimately hurt more than it helped. He knows his skills will be needed again. The Freljord has never not eventually needed a forge god. He waits in the heat beneath the ice, patient in the way that something ancient and nearly indestructible can afford to be. Volibear, the relentless storm. Volibear's more complicated in the current lore than his ancient role might suggest. He is still the storm. He is still the primal, untamed force of the Freljord, who despises what civilization has done to his home. His followers, the Ursine, still worship him with the totality that defines the most devoted religious communities. Some of them have given themselves over so completely that they have changed, taking on bare aspects that remove them from the purely human. But in recent lore, there are suggestions that something is wrong with Volibear beyond his philosophical objections to civilization. An oppressive silence surrounds him in some stories, a horror-adjacent quality that goes beyond the healthy fear of a storm god and edges into something darker. There are hints that his long proximity to the Watcher's corrupting influence, the Freljord's darkest secret pressing upward from below year after year, may have done things to him that he doesn't fully understand. The idea that even a demigod could be slowly corrupted by the void-adjacent force of the Watchers, without knowing it, is one of the most unsettling threads in the Freljord's lore tapestry. Braum, the heart of the Freljord. After all the ancient catastrophes and political intrigue, Braum is a genuine relief, not because he is simple, but because he represents something the Freljord produces that doesn't get enough credit. Genuine, uncomplicated goodness. Braum is enormous. He is the largest human being in the Freljord, possibly the largest in Runeterra, though Scion might contest the title, and he uses every inch of that enormity to protect people who need protecting. His signature shield is famously not a weapon. He doesn't attack with it. He uses it to absorb what would otherwise kill the people standing behind him, and he does this with cheerful, unstoppable commitment. The stories told about Braum in the Freljord's mead halls have become legendary over time, many of them exaggerated to near mythological scale, which Braum accepts without complaint. He understands that the stories serve a purpose beyond celebrating him personally. They give people a model of what strength can look like when it's used for others rather than against them. His origins are humble. A farmer's son from a coastal settlement, not a warrior. Lineage, not an iceborn. Just a person with an extraordinary capacity for physical endurance and an even more extraordinary capacity for caring about people he has no particular obligation to care about. He crosses paths with General Ducouteau's daughter in some stories, with Lysandra's machinations in others, always ending up in the position of the gentle giant who stands between something dangerous and someone who can't protect themselves. In a region defined by its harshness, Braum is the argument that harshness produces not just hard people, but kind ones. Nunu and Willump, the The Boy and His Yeti. Nunu's story is one of the warmest in all of League of Legends lore, and that warmth makes it hit harder, not softer. He was born into the Notai, the nomadic storytelling tribe that travels the Freljord, preserving ancient songs and tales, the tribe that worships Anivia and considers itself the keeper of the North's oral memory. His mother, Laika, was a storyteller who filled his childhood with heroes and magic, and the deep sense that the world is larger and stranger and more wonderful than it appears. Then she disappeared. The circumstances are unclear and still unresolved in the current lore. What is known is that Nunu found himself alone, small and determined in the way that only children can be determined, without the adult capacity to fully appreciate how hopeless things look. He set out to find her, guided by a belief in the stories she had told him about the world's magic. He found Willump in a place called Yeti's Vigil, ruins of what had once been a Yeti civilization, now empty except for this one enormous creature, the last of his kind. The Yetis had been betrayed by Lysandra, their community shattered, and Willump had been left alone in a way that mirrored Nunu's aloneness exactly. They found each other, and what grew between them was the kind of friendship that defines both of them completely. Nunu's imagination and hope giving Willump something to live for again, and Willump's ancient magic and sheer size giving Nunu the ability to go places and do things that a small child alone in the Freljord could not survive. They are still looking for Laika. The search continues. Tryndamere, the barbarian king. Tryndamere comes from a clan that was destroyed in mysterious circumstances while he was young, an attack of such ferocity that only he survived. He carries the rage of that loss with him as a literal weapon. His fury builds in battle, and the more damage he takes, the more dangerous he becomes. He has, in some states of rage, survived things that should have killed him outright. He wandered the Freljord for years, fighting anyone who would fight him, looking for something he couldn't name. He encountered Ash's growing coalition and recognized in her something that his rage-fueled wandering had been missing. Direction, purpose, the idea that strength could be used for something rather than just expressed. Their political marriage of convenience has become, quietly and without either of them making a big announcement about it, a genuine partnership. He is still difficult, volatile, not naturally diplomatic, prone to solving problems with violence even when other solutions are available. But beside Ash, he has access to context for his strength that he never had alone. Gragas, the rabble-rouser. Not every Freljordian story is ancient and weighty. Gragas is a reminder that the North also produces people of enormous appetite and irrepressible vitality, who are, at the end of the day, primarily in it for the drink. Gragas is the world's most enthusiastic brewer, traveling the Freljord in search of rare magical ingredients to incorporate into his glacier-brewed spirits. He has found, somewhat accidentally, that his brewing process occasionally produces beverages of genuine magical potency, things that warm you from the inside in ways that go beyond the purely chemical. He is enormous, gregarious, and genuinely happy most of the time. He has a temper when provoked, an understatement given that provoking him tends to end with a barrel being used as a projectile weapon. But his baseline state is enthusiasm. He likes people. He likes meeting them. He likes feeding them. He likes talking with them. In a land that can be very grim, Gragas is the person around whom the atmosphere reliably improves. Olaf, the berserker. Olaf has a prophecy. He will die a peaceful death. This is, to him, the worst thing that could possibly happen, not because he is suicidal, but because in his culture, a warrior's death in battle, fighting something worthy of being your last fight, is the only honorable way to go. A peaceful death means you ran out of battles. It means you stopped mattering. He has been trying to disprove the prophecy ever since it was given. He threw himself into the jaws of a frost serpent, a legendary creature that had claimed thousands of lives. The serpent died. He walked out. He challenged the Winter's Claw, one of the most feared tribes in the north. He survived that too. He seems genuinely unable to be killed, which is both the universe making his point and the universe also making another point entirely. The quest for a glorious death has taken him across the Freljord and beyond its borders, into Bilgewater and beyond. He keeps surviving. The prophecy keeps not being disproved, and Olaf keeps fighting, because what else would he do? Gnar, the missing link. Gnar predates the name Freljord. He predates the Three Sisters. He predates most things currently alive in Runeterra. He is a prehistoric Yordle who was frozen in true ice at some point in the ancient world, before the Watchers came, before the Sisters' War, before any of the events that define modern Freljordian history. He was recently freed. The true ice that contained him thawed, or was melted, or otherwise failed, and he woke up in a world so different from the one he knew that almost nothing is familiar. The vocabulary of the current world is incomprehensible to him. The political structures, the cities, the technology, all of it arrived after he went into the ice. He is childlike in most circumstances, curious, playful, bouncing around with the energy of someone for whom everything is new, because for him everything genuinely is. But when he is frightened or cornered or angry, he transforms, becoming enormous, becoming rage itself, Mega Gnar. A primordial force that reflects his origins in an age when the world was wilder and more dangerous, and the beings that walked it were proportionally more powerful. He is, in his innocence and his ancient power combined, a living reminder of what the Freljord was before any of the things we've talked about tonight ever happened. Trundle, the Troll King. Trundle is one of the more unexpected figures in Freljordian politics because he is simultaneously something of a joke, a troll, literally, which carries certain connotations even in a world where trolls are real, and something genuinely dangerous, in the way that clever people who are underestimated tend to be dangerous. He grew up in a troll tribe and was cast out for speaking sense when his chieftain wanted to hear agreement. Trolls in the Freljord are not sophisticated political operators as a rule, and Trundle's habit of pointing out when a plan was going to get everyone killed was not warmly received. Alone on the tundra, he began thinking about what it would actually take to rise, not just survive, but lead. He became fascinated by the legends of ancient troll kings and the great weapons they had supposedly been gifted by old gods as symbols of their right to rule. His travels brought him to the Frostguard citadel, where he met Lysandra. She recognized immediately that he was iceborn, able to walk on true ice without frostbite, and offered him a place among the Frostguard. Declined, which was probably the smartest decision he ever made. But the encounter stayed with him. He found his legendary weapon eventually, a weapon of remarkable power befitting a troll king, and used it to consolidate the troll tribes under a single banner. His alliance with Lysandra is an uneasy one built entirely on mutual utility. She provides resources and information. He provides the muscle and the bodies of the troll communities she sometimes needs for her work near the Howling Abyss. Neither trusts the other. Neither is entirely sure which of them is using the other more effectively. This kind of relationship, two parties too useful to each other to be honest enemies, is very Freljordian in its own way. The modern Freljord is a place in genuine tension between its past and its future, between its three major factions, between what it knows and what it has been prevented from knowing. Ash's coalition continues to grow. More tribes are joining the Avarosan alliance, drawn by the stability it offers and by Ash's genuine gift for making people believe that what she's building can actually hold together. She has Anivia's apparent blessing, which in the Freljord spiritual vocabulary means more than it might in a more secular culture. Sejuani watches this growth with a combination of strategic calculation and something that might, if you caught her in a very quiet moment, look like complicated feeling. She and Ash were friends once. That history doesn't disappear just because they've become rivals with incompatible visions of the future. And Lysandra maintains her vigil. The seals on the howling abyss are holding for now. But the true ice is darkening. The corruption spreading slowly outward from the prison is measurable to anyone who knows how to look for it. And in the modern Freljord, more people are starting to look. The Watchers are not gone. They are simply contained, and the container is aging. What happens when the seals break? Whether Lysandra can prevent that, whether Ash's unified Freljord could possibly face what's underneath the howling abyss, whether any of the demigods are still present enough to help. These are the questions that define the Freljord's future. It is not a comfortable future to contemplate, but the Freljord has never been in the business of comfort. The fire is burning lower now. The Freljord is a place that asks at the most fundamental level what it costs to survive, what you give up, what you protect, what you bury so deep that even you can eventually forget it's there. Lysandra buried the truth to protect the world, and in doing so, she stole something from every generation that came after her, the right to choose with full knowledge of what they were choosing about. Ash wants to build something hopeful in a landscape that has never rewarded hope easily. Sejuani has learned that safety is something you take, not something you're given, and beneath all of them, in the frozen dark, something is still pressing against the walls of its prison. The champions who came from this place, Ash and Lysandra and Sejuani, Orn and Volibear and Anivia, Braum and Nunu and Willump, Tryndamere and Olaf and Nar, each carry a piece of the same question. What does it mean to endure? What survives when everything else is stripped away by cold and time and the weight of ancient secrets? The Freljord's answer has always been the fire, the story, the voice telling it to whoever is willing to sit still and listen. Thank you for sitting with me tonight, Wanderer. The storm is still outside, but we are still here, and the fire is still warm. Sleep well. You've earned it. Oh, a new visitor from the docks. Welcome, Wanderer. Are you lost? Tired from a long journey across the open sea? Well then, come in out of the rain, sit beside the fireplace, let me pour you something warm, and let the smell of salt air leave your coat for a while. And let me tell you some stories. Old ones. The kind they tell in the taverns of Bilgewater when the night gets long and the rum gets low. Stories about a city that shouldn't exist, built by people who had nowhere else to go, in a place that the rest of the world mostly pretends isn't there. Stories about sea monsters and pirate kings, about a goddess with 1,000 tentacles and a philosophy that will make you think, about what happens when the dead come home to collect what they're owed. Are you comfortable? Good. Then let us begin. Bilgewater is not a city that was planned. No emperor looked at a map and said, "Here, at the edge of the Blue Flame Isles, surrounded by treacherous straits and waters full of things that want to eat your ship, this is where we will build our civilization." No ancient culture chose this location for its spiritual resonance or its agricultural potential or its defensible high ground. Bilgewater happened the way most things in Bilgewater happen, through necessity, opportunism, and a stubborn refusal to die. It sits on the Blue Flame Isles, an archipelago in the Guardian Sea, east of the continent of Valoran. The islands themselves are dramatic and unforgiving, towering cliffs dropping straight into churning water, natural harbors that are technically navigable if you know exactly where the hidden reefs are, and a surrounding ocean that is home to some of the most dangerous creatures in all of Runeterra. The sea monsters around the Serpent Isles are not folklore. They are infrastructure. They shape the economy, the architecture, the culture, and the death rate of everyone who calls Bilgewater home. The city itself is built from whatever its inhabitants. From ship hulls, salvaged stone, driftwood, monster bones, and decades of creative improvisation. Many of the oldest buildings in the city were originally vessels. You can still see it in the architecture if you look closely. The curve of a hull that became a wall, a mast that became a support column, a ship's hold that became someone's home. The name itself comes from the foul, stagnant water that collects in the lowest part of a ship's hull, the bilge. It is not a flattering name. It was not meant to be. The people who first used it were not trying to sell the place. They were just being honest about what it smelled like. The Blue Flame Isles get their name from the bioluminescent phenomena that occur in the waters around them, a quality of the local sea life that produces a faint blue glow visible from ships at night, making the islands look like they are lit from beneath the water. It is genuinely beautiful. It is also genuinely dangerous, because the same creatures that produce the glow are often the ones that will take a ship apart if given the opportunity. The geography matters to the lore because it creates the conditions that made Bilgewater what it is. The straits around the islands are narrow and unpredictable, not impossible to navigate, but requiring local knowledge that outsiders simply don't have. This gives Bilgewater a natural defensive advantage that no army could have built artificially. You want to attack Bilgewater? Good luck bringing your warships through the knife straits without a local pilot who knows where every reef is. And local pilots in Bilgewater tend to be very expensive, very unreliable, and very aware of which side it's in their best interest to be on. This is the first of many ways that Bilgewater's seeming disadvantages turn out to be its actual strengths. The population of Bilgewater is one of the most genuinely diverse in all of Runeterra, because the city has always been a destination for people with nowhere else to go, those fleeing justice, debt, persecution, failed lives, or simply the suffocating expectations of wherever they came from. It has accumulated a mixture of cultures, languages, traditions, and appearances that no other city on the continent can match. A Freljordian berserker and a Shuriman merchant and an Ionian exile and a Dalmatian runaway can all be sitting at the same dockside bar, sharing a bottle of rum, united by the simple fact that Bilgewater doesn't care where you came from. It cares what you can do, what you have, and whether you can survive long enough to be useful. There is a freedom in that, a genuine, somewhat terrifying freedom. No one in Bilgewater is looking at your family name or your cultural background or your past transgressions with any particular judgment. You are what you are right now, on this dock, in this city. What you were before you arrived is your business. The flip side of that freedom is that no one in Bilgewater is going to protect you because of your family name or your cultural background either. You survive here on your own terms, through your own effort, or you don't survive. Come daybreak, as they say, the unwary can always be found floating in the harbor, their purses empty and their throats slit. Bilgewater gives you a fresh start. It does not promise you a good one. The physical layout of the city is organized loosely around the harbor and the districts that grew up around it. Rat Town is the oldest and densest section, the closest thing Bilgewater has to a city center, a warren of narrow streets, stacked buildings, and covered market passages where anything can be bought and most things shouldn't be. Mudtown is further inland, where the gamblers and the desperate gather around games of chance that have made and destroyed more fortunes than any sea voyage. The slaughter docks are exactly what they sound like. The industrial heart of the monster hunting economy, where the catch is brought in and rendered down into the materials that keep the city running. Butcher's Bridge spans the river above the slaughter docks, a busy, loud, perpetually contested public space where arguments regularly become duels and reputations are settled in full view of whoever happens to be passing. It is also the main route to the Temple of the Mother Serpent, which sits across the water and is one of the oldest and most significant buildings in the city. The Black Market grottos occupy the lowest levels of the city, built into the waterline itself, a labyrinth of canals and hidden inlets where the most illegal trade happens. Not illegal by any formal standard, since Bilgewater doesn't really do formal law, but illegal in the sense that even Bilgewater has things it pretends not to sell, openly. Before there was a Bilgewater, before the first ship of desperate refugees anchored in the natural harbor of the Blue Flame Isles and decided not to leave, the islands were already inhabited. The Buru are the indigenous people of the Serpent Isles, a culture that predates Bilgewater by centuries, and whose spiritual tradition is both the oldest institution in the region and the most genuinely powerful. They are seafarers and scholars, warriors and priests. Their language, ancient and intricate, is built from a combination of sounds that outside linguists have traced to Polynesian, Mayan, and Aztec influences, not copies of these real-world cultures, but a fantasy echo of them, a suggestion of something genuinely ancient and non-European in origin. Their relationship to the ocean is the relationship of people who have lived with it long enough to stop fearing it and start respecting it. They understand the sea the way the Ixtali understand the jungle, not as something to be conquered, but as something to be listened to. The sea has moods, it has patterns, it communicates if you know how to receive what it is saying, and at the center of Buru's spiritual life is the goddess they call Nagakaburos, the mother serpent, the bearded lady, the god of motion, of the sea, of the sky, a deity whose central commandment is perhaps the simplest and most demanding one in all of Runeterra's religious traditions. Move, change, grow, never stop. Nagakaburos is not a gentle goddess. The Buhru do not worship her the way some cultures worship benevolent protectors, with offerings and prayers and hope for mercy. They worship her through action, through challenge, through the willingness to be tested and changed by whatever the world throws at you. Her most important theological principle is that stagnation is the only real sin. A person who stops growing, who calcifies around their comfort, their certainties, their habits, has already failed. The goddesses test regardless of whether they are still technically alive. Motion is life. Stillness is a kind of death. This philosophy shapes everything about Buhru culture and, by extension, everything about Bilgewater. It is why the city is never settled into a stable government. It is why power in Bilgewater is always contested, always shifting, always being renegotiated. Some of that is simple lawlessness, but some of it is a genuine cultural conviction that power that isn't constantly tested by challenge isn't legitimate. The most visible expression of Nagakaburos' worship is Ilaoi and the other truth-bearers, the priests and priestesses who carry her holy relic, the Eye of God, and perform the test of spirit. We will spend significant time with Ilaoi later. But for now, understand that the goddess's presence in Bilgewater is not abstract or theoretical. She has directly intervened in the city's most dangerous moments. During the harrowing, the annual invasion of undead spirits from the Shadow Isles, it was Nagakaburos herself who moved through Ilaoi to cast the black mist out of the bay. Not a metaphorical intervention, not a spiritual feeling of comfort. The goddess physically acted in the world. Nagakaburos is real in Bilgewater in the way that weather is real. You don't have to believe in her to be affected by her. The Serpent's Well is one of the most important physical sites in Bilgewater, a stone well near the docks where sailors drop the traditional tithe upon arriving in port. The tithe is a small offering, a coin, a trinket, something personal, given to the sea in acknowledgement of the journey it allowed you to complete. Paying the tithe is not strictly required. Nothing in Bilgewater is strictly required. But the sailors who don't pay it tend to have notably worse luck than those who do. Whether this is genuinely supernatural or simply the psychological consequence of disrespecting a tradition that your crew takes, seriously, the outcome tends to be the same either way. The tradition of the tithe connects to a deeper Buhru belief about the relationship between the living and the sea. The sea lets you use it. It is an accommodation, not a right. You sail on someone else's territory. You catch food from someone else's pantry. You make your living from a resource that belongs to forces much older and much larger than you. The tithe is the acknowledgement of that. The sailors who forget it are the ones who've started to think the sea works for them, rather than the other way around. Naga Kaburos has a companion deity in the spiritual world of Bilgewater, one who represents the shadow side of her philosophy of motion. His name is Tom Kench. And where the goddess represents the righteous restlessness of a life lived in genuine pursuit of growth, the River King represents the corrupted version, the appetite without purpose, the movement without direction, the hunger that masquerades as freedom. We'll talk about Tom Kench in detail when we reach the champion section. But his presence in the spiritual landscape of Bilgewater is worth noting here, because it sets up the central moral tension of the city. Bilgewater believes in freedom. It believes in movement. It believes in the right of every individual to pursue their own path without the interference of institutions that think they know better. These are not bad values, but freedom without wisdom is just hunger. And Bilgewater is full of people who are hungry in ways they don't fully understand, chasing things they've been persuaded to want by forces that profit from the chase. For most of Bilgewater's history, the city was ruled, or more accurately, held together, by a succession of powerful pirate captains who came to be called the River Kings. Not an official title, not a dynasty. Just the term that stuck for whoever was strong enough to hold the city's various criminal factions in line by sheer force of personality and violence. The River Kings were not good rulers in any conventional sense. They taxed with impunity. They settled disputes with brutality. They used the city's resources to fund their personal fleets and personal ambitions. And they maintained their position through the oldest political system in history, making sure that the consequences of crossing them were severe enough that most people decided not to bother. But they also, in their rough and unreliable way, kept the peace. Bilgewater, without anyone capable of enforcing order, tends toward chaos of a particular flavor. Dock gang wars, rival crews settling old scores in the streets, the trading economy collapsing, because nobody can guarantee that a deal struck in the morning will still be honored by nightfall. The River Kings were terrible, and they were also, in their terrible way, necessary. The last and greatest of them was Gangplank. Gangplank didn't inherit his position. He took it, the way everything in Bilgewater is taken, through force, through cunning, and through the cultivation of a reputation so fearsome that it became self-perpetuating. By the time he consolidated control over Bilgewater, there was not a pirate crew in the Serpent Isles that didn't know his name, and there was not a rival captain who had tested him directly who was still alive to try again. His methods were simple and effective. He ran the most powerful pirate fleet operating out of Bilgewater, the Jagged Hooks, which gave him the muscle to back up his authority. He controlled access to the best harbors, which gave him economic leverage over anyone who needed to dock. And he cultivated relationships with the gang leaders of every major district, ensuring that his network of influence reached into every corner of the city. He was not loved. Gangplank did not particularly want to be loved. He wanted to be respected, which in Bilgewater amounts to the same thing as feared, which amounts to the same thing as obeyed. His reputation extended far beyond Bilgewater's waters. He raided Noxian war fleets, which earned him the personal enmity of Swain, the Grand General of the most powerful empire on the continent. He stole Swain's personal flagship, the Leviathan, which escalated that enmity into something that Swain does not forget and does not forgive. He ransacked temples in Ionia, which earned him the hatred of the Zed in the Order of Shadow. He accumulated enemies the way most people accumulate debts, casually, constantly, without much visible concern for the consequences. For a long time, it didn't matter, because no one could touch him, not in Bilgewater, not on his waters. And then, misfortune came home. Sarah Fortune's story begins with a night of fire and blood that she was 7 years old. Her mother was a gunsmith, one of the best in Bilgewater, known for the quality of her weapons and the fairness of her prices. The kind of skilled craftsperson who builds a good life through honest work. Gangplank and his men came to her shop, as they came to everyone's shop eventually, to collect what he considered his due. Her mother refused. This was not an outcome Gangplank had much experience with, and his response to it was what you would expect from a man who had spent his entire life ensuring that refusal was never a viable option. Sarah survived the fire. Her mother didn't. Her mother's masterwork pistols, 2 of them, paired, balanced perfectly, the best weapons the woman ever made, survived with Sarah. She spent the years that followed becoming exactly what she would need to be. She learned how to shoot with a dedication that bordered on obsession, and she was already talented enough that the obsession had somewhere to go. She built a network of her own within Bilgewater, not as flashy as Gangplank's, not as obvious, but deeply rooted in the districts that his attention never fully reached. She made allies, she made plans, and then with extraordinary precision, she executed them. The event that became known as the Burning Tides was not a coup in the conventional sense. It was closer to a controlled demolition. Misfortune arranged for Gangplank's ship, the massive flagship that was the physical symbol of his authority, to be blown apart in the harbor, in full view of everyone in Bilgewater at the moment of maximum visibility. He survived. Gangplank always survives. But the ship didn't, and the aura of invincibility went with it. In the brutal calculus of Bilgewater politics, a king who can be hurt in public is a king whose enemies suddenly feel empowered to act. The dock gang leaders who had been paying their tribute to Gangplank for years suddenly had options they hadn't had before. The captains who had been loyal out of fear suddenly had to ask themselves whether fear was still the right investment. Bilgewater descended into chaos. Old rivalries erupted. Blood was spilled in quantities that were extreme, even by the city's generous standards. And misfortune moved through it all with the focused calm of someone who has been planning for exactly this outcome for 20 years. She systematically removed every ally Gangplank still had from any position of power. Not always through violence, sometimes through deals, sometimes through making it very clear that loyalty to Gangplank was no longer economically rational. She consolidated control of the most important docks. She reached agreements with the gang leaders who were willing to reach agreements, and she dealt with the ones who weren't in the way Bilgewater has always dealt with obstruction. When it was over, she declared herself the new power in Bilgewater. Gangplank, meanwhile, was not dead. He was wounded and humiliated and stripped of most of what he had built. And he is, in the current lore, very much still out there, planning, rebuilding. Gangplank has never not come back from something. The question of what happens when he and misfortune meet again on equal terms is one that Bilgewater is quietly, nervously waiting to find out. There is one event in Bilgewater's calendar that supersedes all of the political intrigue, all of the gang wars, all of the individual stories of ambition and revenge and survival. One night each year when none of it matters. The harrowing. The Shadow Isles, a region we will cover in full in a future video, were once a place of extraordinary beauty, a blessed isle rich with life magic and ancient wonder. And then a magical catastrophe occurred there, one of the worst in Runeterra's history, that transformed the entire island chain into something the living should not visit. The Black Mist, a supernatural force of death and corruption, now permanently covers the Shadow Isles, and the souls of everyone who has ever died there are bound to it, unable to rest, unable to move on, transformed by the mist into something that hungers for life, the way the living hunger for warmth. Once each year, the Black Mist expands. It reaches outward from the Shadow Isles across the sea, and the first place it tends to reach, by virtue of geography, is Bilgewater. When the harrowing comes to Bilgewater, it comes like a tide. The mist rolls in from the sea, and with it come the dead. Not metaphorical dead, not ghosts in the gentle, translucent sense of the word. These are entities of hunger and darkness, led by figures like Hecarim, a massive spectral centaur who led attacks that destroyed entire sections of the city, and Thresh, who collects souls in his lantern with the enthusiasm of a collector who has found a particularly interesting piece. The city responds in the only way it knows how. It fights. Pirates who spend the rest of the year trying to kill each other stand shoulder to shoulder against the Black Mist. Monster hunters who sell their kills to the highest bidder go to sea unpaid, trying to hold the outer waters. Ilaoi and her truth-bearers stand at the temple of the Mother Serpent and call on Naga Kaburos directly, the goddess responding in ways that the Shadow Isles dead find significantly harder to handle than mortal opposition. One harrowing saw Ilaoi physically channel the goddess herself to expel Hecarim from the bay. One saw a massive blue flame leviathan, one of the great sea monsters that Bilgewater normally hunts, goaded to the surface by a serpent caller to fight the Black Mist directly and dying in the process. One saw misfortune and gangplank, barely a year after the burning tides had made them mortal enemies, sailing together at the Battle of Knife Straits, because the alternative was watching the city die. The harrowing is Bilgewater's great equalizer. It is the thing that makes the city's otherwise relentless every person for themselves ethos briefly, desperately communal. Everyone who has survived a harrowing understands something about their city that outsiders don't. When it matters most, when the dead are at the gates, Bilgewater's people stand together, not out of idealism, out of the bone-deep knowledge that no one survives it alone. The harrowing has a rhythm that experienced Bilgewater residents learn to read. There are signs in the weeks before it comes, a particular quality to the fog, a change in the behavior of the sea creatures, a silence in the harbor that shouldn't be there. Old sailors know these signs the way farmers know the signs of rain. The preparations begin. Extra torches, extra weapons, food stored against the possibility of being locked inside for days, agreements reached between rival crews about the suspension of hostilities until the mist passes. Some people leave Bilgewater in the weeks before the harrowing. They are not judged for this, or rather, they are judged for it, because everything is judged in Bilgewater, but the judgment is relatively mild. Fear of the Black Mist is considered a reasonable fear. The people who stay, or who can't afford to leave, take their chances with a kind of practiced fatalism that is very Bilgewater in character. And every year, when it's over, when the mist retreats back to the Shadow Isles and the dead go with it, Bilgewater counts its losses, buries its dead, and goes back to being exactly what it always was. The bars reopen, the docks resume, the gangs go back to their rivalries. And somewhere in all of that resumption of normal chaos, there is something that looks almost like resilience. Let's step back from the dramatic historical events and talk about what it actually feels like to live in Bilgewater day to day. Because beneath the pirate kings and the harrowing and the sea monsters, there are ordinary people living ordinary lives in a very extraordinary place. The monster hunting economy deserves its own moment because it shapes the city more than anything else. The sea monsters around the Blue Flame Isles are not occasional nuisances. They are a constant, significant presence that ranges from inconvenient to catastrophic. Giant squid the size of houses regularly attack smaller ships. Krakens, vast serpentine creatures with multiple eyes and a reach that can span a ship from bow to stern, have sunk entire fleets. Jawfish, which travel in schools despite being large enough to swallow a person whole, are the particular focus of the slaughter docks. The monster hunters, crews who go out specifically to kill these creatures, occupy a unique and dangerous niche in Bilgewater's social hierarchy. They are respected in the way that anyone who regularly does something that should kill them is respected. They are also, frequently, dead. The turnover in the hunting crews is very high. The pay is also very high for the survivors. The monsters provide more than just protein. Their bones become building material. Bilgewater's chronic shortage of conventional construction supplies is significantly alleviated by the fact that a single large sea creature rendered down at the slaughter docks provides enough material to frame several buildings. Their oil fuels the city's lamps. Their hides, properly treated, produce armor and sailing materials of exceptional durability. The economy of Bilgewater is, in a very real sense, built on the bodies of the things that are trying to kill it. Gambling is the second pillar of Bilgewater's economy and culture. Mudtown is the center of it, a district built around games of chance that range from straightforward dice and cards to elaborate wagers on things like how long a specific sea monster can be kept alive in a tank, or which of two rival gang leaders will still be in power by the end of the month. The games are not always fair. The people running them are not trying to be fair. What they are trying to be is profitable, and they are very good at it. The gambling culture of Bilgewater is connected to the Buhru philosophy of Nagaka Buros in a way that the practitioners would probably not appreciate having pointed out to them. It is a form of engagement with uncertainty, a way of leaning into the chaos of an unpredictable world rather than hiding from it. This doesn't make it wise, it makes it culturally coherent. The Bilgewater approach to risk, embrace it, work with it, try to be smarter than it, appears in gambling the same way it appears in monster hunting and piracy. Same instinct, different application. Twisted Fate built his reputation in Mudtown. His ability to win at cards with what appears to be supernatural consistency made him famous long before his other qualities became relevant, because in Bilgewater, someone who can reliably beat the odds is someone worth paying attention to. The superstitions of Bilgewater are numerous, specific, and taken with a varying seriousness that tends to increase dramatically in inverse proportion to how close you are to open water. Pay the tithe at the serpent's well. Never whistle on a ship after dark. Don't name a vessel before her first voyage, or she'll never complete a second. Keep a coin in your boot as payment for the deep, an offering to whatever is down there in case it decides to come up. Never say the word kraken at sea. Refer to it instead as the deep one, or simply it. And never, under any circumstances, look back when you leave port at night during the weeks before the harrowing. Whatever is behind you, it's better not to confirm. These superstitions are not simply fear. They encode real information, lessons learned from disasters distilled into memorable rules. The tithe is a social contract. The naming tradition exists because ships rush to water before they are ready tend to fail in ways that feel like bad luck. The harrowing superstitions exist because the black mist does, in fact, seem to respond to attention in ways that are not fully understood. Bilgewater's superstitions are its operating manual, written in the language of fear rather than engineering. The taverns of Bilgewater deserve their own moment because they are the closest thing the city has to genuine community infrastructure. There are no public parks in Bilgewater, no town squares, no neutral spaces where people from different factions and different backgrounds can simply exist together without immediate commercial or competitive purpose. The taverns are the exception. When you walk into Myron's Murder Hole, one of the oldest and most famous bars in the city, known for its dark rum and its wall of portraits of people who died on its premises, you are entering one of the few spaces in Bilgewater where violence is slightly frowned upon during business hours. Not prohibited, slightly frowned upon. The taverns are where information moves, where alliances are floated and rejected, where recruiters for monster hunting crews find their next desperate volunteers, where Twisted Fate once won an entire ship in a card game and then lost it back 3 hands later, where exhausted sailors coming off a harrowing watch spend hours not talking about what they saw, communicating everything through the specific way they drink. The rum itself is worth a mention. Bilgewater produces several distinct varieties, each associated with specific establishments. The dark molasses rum of Myron's Murder Hole is the oldest tradition, heavy, sweet, warming in a way that gets into the bones rather than just the throat. It has gotten people through more cold watches and harder nights than anyone has counted. In a city where your neighbor might be a freshly arrived exile from Demacia or a veteran monster hunter with tentacle scars on both forearms, finding common ground over a shared bottle is one of the more reliable paths to a working relationship. Music in Bilgewater tends toward the practical, sea shanties primarily, which are not just entertainment but work songs, developed specifically to coordinate the rhythmic labor of sailing, the best Bilgewater. Shanties have been carried across the Guardian Sea by sailors who learned them in port and took them home, spreading through the maritime world the way language spreads through trade. Some songs that are sung in harbors as far away as the Shurima coast trace their origin, however indirectly, to the docks of Bilgewater. There is something in that, the idea that a city built from nothing by people the rest of the world mostly didn't want, managed to export something as durable as music into the wider culture. Bilgewater's influence on the world is not political or military primarily. It is economic and cultural. It is the songs you didn't know came from here and the trade routes that only work because someone who knew the knife straits was willing to guide your ship through. Bilgewater has produced champions who collectively cover the entire ecosystem of the city. Pirates and priestesses, monsters and gamblers, the hungry dead and the people trying to put them back. Let's meet them one by one. Misfortune, the bounty hunter. We have already told most of Sarah Fortune's origin story in the historical section, but she deserves her full moment here. She is currently the most powerful individual in Bilgewater, not queen in any formal sense, because Bilgewater doesn't really do formal sense, but the person whose decisions carry the most weight and whose enemies are the most careful. She has consolidated control of the most important docks, reached agreements with the gang leaders who matter, and is working toward something that Bilgewater has never really had before. A stable political structure that might survive a transition of power. This is harder than it sounds. Bilgewater's entire political culture is built around the idea that power is personal. It belongs to the person holding it, not to an institution, not to an office, not to a system. Building something that could outlast her requires convincing people who fundamentally don't believe in institutions that institutions are worth building. She is doing this with the same patient, precise methodology she used to take down Gangplank, One conversation at a time, one deal at a time, creating facts on the ground that make the alternative less attractive. She also lives with the awareness that Gangplank is out there, alive, wounded, stripped of most of his power, but not gone. And the thing about Gangplank is that he has come back from worse. The question of whether she has truly ended his story or only paused it is one she cannot afford to stop thinking about. She carries her mother's pistols everywhere. They are not sentimental objects to her, or rather, they are. But that's not primarily why she carries them. She carries them because they are the best weapons she has ever held, and she is someone who was shaped by loss into the kind of pragmatist who doesn't let sentiment and practicality conflict when they don't have to. Gangplank, the saltwater scourge. Gangplank is one of the most interesting figures in Bilgewater's lore precisely because he is not a straightforward villain. He is absolutely a villain, or at least he is absolutely someone who has done villain things without particular remorse. But his relationship to Bilgewater is complicated in ways that simple villainy doesn't capture. He believed in something, not in justice or mercy or any of the things that make a person conventionally admirable, but in the idea of Bilgewater itself, the idea of a city where strength determines everything, where no one's past matters and everyone's ability matters, where the only real law is the one you enforce yourself. He ran that city according to those principles, brutally and effectively, for a long time. The problem was the enforcement part. Running a city on pure force requires you to be willing to do things that slowly poison whatever you were trying to build. Every act of violence to maintain power makes the next act of violence more necessary. Every deal enforced at sword point makes trust a little less possible. By the end, Gangplank wasn't protecting a Bilgewater he believed in. He was just protecting his position in it. He is now in the position he spent his entire career ensuring no one could ever put him in. Starting over. It is genuinely unclear whether he is capable of it, or whether he will simply try to rebuild what he had through the same methods that produced it. His lore suggests he is thinking about this question. It suggests he is not entirely comfortable with his own answers. Ixtal, the Kraken Priestess. Ixtal is one of the most genuinely powerful people in Bilgewater, and one of the few whose power is not measured in money, influence, or military force. Her power is spiritual, direct, and somewhat terrifying to be on the receiving end of. She is the Truth Bearer, the highest-ranking active priestess of Nagakaburos, chosen to carry the Eye of God, the goddess's holy relic. The eye is an enormous physical object, a heavy vessel carried on a long staff, and carrying it is not symbolic. Ixtal is physically the most imposing human being in Bilgewater, and this is part of what the role requires. The goddess's tests are physical. The truth-bearer has to be capable of delivering them. The test of spirit is Ixtal's signature spiritual practice, and it is not something people typically enjoy. She reaches into you, literally, using the Eye of God as a conduit, and pulls out your soul, which she holds external to your body in a visible form. Then she tests it. The test is different for everyone, because it is fundamentally about whether you are living in accordance with Nagakaburos's principle of motion and growth. Are you becoming? Are you moving? Are you pursuing something real, or are you stagnating in comfort and fear? If you pass, your soul is returned, and you carry forward whatever clarity the test gave you. If you fail, if your spirit is judged by the goddess as fundamentally unwilling to grow, the consequences are more permanent. She tested Gangplank once during their complicated years as something more than acquaintances. The test is described in the lore as a kick in the head in terms of subtlety. Whether he passed is left somewhat ambiguous. Whether it changed him is also unclear, but Gangplank is not an easy person to change, and Ixtal is not someone who mistakes the difficulty of a task for a reason not to attempt it. She warned misfortune about the harrowing before it arrived. She questioned her own judgment when she found Pike worthy of Nagakaburos's test rather than simply a monster to be stopped. She is, ultimately, a deeply principled person operating in a city that does not have a lot of those, and the friction that creates is one of the most interesting ongoing tensions in Bilgewater's story. Pike, the Blood Harbor Ripper. Pike's story is one of the more haunting ones in Bilgewater's lore, because it is about what betrayal does to a person, not just the injury of it, but the complete reorganization of a person's purpose around the need for vengeance. He was the best harpooner in Bilgewater, genuinely exceptional, the kind of hunter who worked the most dangerous way possible, going into the water personally to hook the largest sea creatures rather than relying on the safer, less effective method of working from the ship. He had a reputation and a livelihood and a place in the brutal economy of the slaughter docks that was genuinely earned through exceptional skill. Then, on a hunt for a particularly large jawfish, the creature drew its kin. The ship was suddenly surrounded by monsters. The captain panicked, and in his panic he made the decision that defines everything that came after. He cut Pike's lifeline. Pike went into the deep. He should have died. In any reasonable accounting of what happens to a human being thrown into dark water surrounded by sea, monsters, he should have died. Instead, something in the deep found him, or something in him called to something in the deep, and he was returned, changed, no longer quite human, and no longer quite alive in the conventional sense, but very much present and very much oriented around a single purpose. He remembers every name on every list of everyone who benefited from the choices that led to him going into the water. The captain who cut the line, the crew who stood by, the dock bosses who signed off on corners, cut in the harpooning operation, the investors who profited. He is working through the list methodically, one name at a time, appearing out of shadows in alleys they thought were safe, leaving nothing behind. He carries a list, a real list, written down, the names of everyone who is responsible in whatever degree of responsibility he has assigned them. When he crosses a name off, it is not a metaphor. Illaoi judged him worthy of Nagakaburos's test. This troubled her. The goddess's test is not for monsters. It is for people who might still become something. The fact that Pike passed it suggests that what he is doing is, in some difficult-to-articulate spiritual sense, a form of genuine motion rather than simple destruction. Whether that makes what he does acceptable is a question the lore leaves unresolved. Nautilus, the Titan of the Depths. Nautilus is one of the oldest stories in Bilgewater, told in dock taverns as a warning and as an explanation for the things that happen to sailors who forget their debts. He was once a man, a salvage diver, someone who went into the deep water to recover cargo from wrecked ships, a dangerous and valuable profession. On a particular salvage dive, something went wrong. His crew, the captain specifically, made the same calculation that the captain on Pike's hunt made in a different context, that whatever could be saved was more valuable than one man. He was abandoned, left in the deep, in his diving suit, which sealed shut around him and could not be removed. Something in the deep touched him then, the same deep that touched Pike perhaps. A force ancient enough to be difficult to name, not the void, not Nagakaburos, but something that the ocean keeps in its darkest trenches and does not often share. It gave Nautilus something, not life exactly, more like purpose. The enormous diving suit that had been his coffin became his form. He became something vast and slow and inevitable. He patrols the waters around Bilgewater now, not hunting, not destroying randomly. He comes for specific people, the ones who forgot to pay the tithe, the ones who broke faith with the sea, the the ones who made calculations about other people's lives the way they would calculate cargo weight. He drags them down with his anchor, slow and deliberate. It is not cruelty. It is a kind of cosmic accounting. Bilgewater's sailors take the tithe very seriously. Twisted Fate, the card master, Tobias Felix, grew up among the nomadic river folk of the Serpentine Delta, a people of mixed cultural heritage who were tolerated by settled societies for their merchandise and otherwise shunned for their traditions. He learned early what it means to be wanted for what you carry and dismissed for what you are. He developed his talent for card magic, a combination of genuine sleight of hand and something that edges into the genuinely supernatural, a sensitivity to probability and fate that goes beyond what skill alone can explain. He came to Bilgewater because Bilgewater is where people like him go, the people who have a gift that doesn't fit neatly into any of the structures the orderly world has established. In Mudtown, he became the card master, a reputation built on years of winning in games where the house always wins, on doing things with cards that people could watch directly and still not understand. He attracted attention both wanted and unwanted. His relationship with Malcolm Graves is the emotional core of his story. They were partners in the full Bilgewater sense of the word, which means they were both colleagues and something more than colleagues, bound together by years of shared danger and shared profit. Then something went wrong between them. Graves ended up in prison, and the version of events that led to that involved twisted fate in ways that Graves did not find acceptable. They found each other again eventually. Reconciliation in Bilgewater is not a gentle process. It involves a lot of the specific confrontation about specific grievances that the city's culture generally favors over vague forgiveness. But they are working together again. Something about that partnership, whatever it cost them both to rebuild, is clearly worth more to both of them than the alternative. Graves, the outlaw. Malcolm Graves is not a complicated person in the way that Swain or Lysandra are complicated. He is direct, loud, and operates by a code of feign criminal honor that he takes very seriously, even if that code is not one that would be recognized by any formal legal system. He is a mercenary and a thief and a gambler, and an extraordinarily effective fighter armed with his double-barreled shotgun Destiny. He has been wanted by authorities in essentially every city he has visited, which suggests either very bad luck or a very consistent pattern of behavior, and the evidence suggests it's the latter. What makes him interesting is that code. In a city and a profession that largely operates on pure self-interest, Graves maintains genuine loyalties and genuine standards. He would rather lose a job than fulfill it in a way that crosses certain lines. He has walked away from profitable situations because the cost was something he wasn't willing to pay. This makes him both more trustworthy and more dangerous than a purely self-interested person. You can't buy him past his principles, which means the only way to work with him is on terms. He has chosen to accept. His reconciliation with twisted fate was not about forgiveness in a soft sense. It was about determining whether the partnership was worth the cost of what had happened, working through that cost, and deciding yes. That decision, made by two people who are both too proud to make it easily, is one of the better character moments in Bilgewater's ongoing story. Tom Kench, the River King. Tom Kench is a demon. In the cosmology of Runeterra, demons are not supernatural beings from another plane. They are entities that were called into existence by concentrated human emotion. Enough suffering, enough greed, enough of any intense feeling in one place creates a kind of pressure, and demons are what emerges from that pressure, shaped by the emotion that created them. Tom Kench was born from greed, from the specific concentrated greed of Bilgewater's gambling dens and trading ports, and desperate bargains made at 3 a.m. by people who had nothing left to lose. He looks like a massive catfish given human mannerisms, enormous, round, self-satisfied, speaking with the careful cadence of someone who is never in a hurry because he has all the time in the world and knows it. He makes deals. This is how he operates and how he feeds. He finds someone who wants something badly enough, and he offers it to them. The first deal is always small, reasonable, almost. A shortcut here, a favor there, something that costs less than it appears to. Then he comes back. The next deal is slightly larger. The price is slightly higher. This continues until the person has traded away, incrementally, everything they actually cared about in pursuit of things they thought they wanted. At the end of the chain, he devours them. Not metaphorically, he swallows them whole, and they are trapped within him, still aware, still alive in whatever sense alive means in that context. He is the dark shadow of Bilgewater's philosophy of freedom. You are free to pursue whatever you want. There are no rules. No institution will stop you. But some things that look like freedom are cages being offered one wall at a time, and by the time you notice the structure, the door is already closed. Fizz, the tidal trickster. Not every story in Bilgewater is dark. Fizz is a reminder that the sea contains wonders as well as horrors. He is an amphibious being, somewhere between human and sea creature, small and quick and playful, with a relationship to the water that goes beyond anything a purely human body could manage. He moves through it as naturally as breathing. He communicates with the sea creatures around Bilgewater in ways that no one fully understands, playing with the monsters that would tear a ship apart with the easy familiarity of someone who has grown up alongside them. His origins are obscure. He was found near Bilgewater. He has been around the docks for as long as anyone can remember, and he treats the city's chaotic surface world with the amused curiosity of someone who spends most of their time in a very different environment. The politics, the gang wars, the harrowing. All of it is slightly less serious when you live primarily in a world of bioluminescence and deep water silence and creatures that don't care about human hierarchies. He is not harmless. Fizz has access to the deep ocean's creatures, and they respond to his guidance, which means that he can, if motivated, bring things to the surface that Bilgewater would very much prefer to stay at the bottom. But his primary mode is mischief rather than violence, and the city has adopted him the way you might adopt a strange cat, with uncertain affection and a vague sense that you're getting the better end of the arrangement. Bilgewater sits in a moment of genuine historical significance, or at least something that passes for significance in a city where most things are too chaotic to cohere into history while they're happening. Misfortunes. Consolidation of power represents something Bilgewater has never really had. A leader who is explicitly trying to build something that will outlast her. Every Reaver King before her was building their own empire, their personal authority, the thing that existed because of who they were and would fall apart when they were gone. She is trying, with full awareness of how difficult it is, to build something institutional. Something that could survive a transition. The obstacles are considerable. The gang leaders who cooperated with her did so because it was profitable, not because they believe in what she's building. Gangplank is still out there, and the people who were loyal to him are still around. The harrowing comes every year, regardless of what the political situation on the docks looks like. And Bilgewater's fundamental culture, the belief that power is personal, that institutions are just weak people hiding behind paper, is not something that changes in one generation. But something is shifting. The people who lived through the burning tides, who watched the old order come apart and then watched something new tentatively assembled in its place, they have seen that change is possible. That the thing which seemed permanent turned out not to be. That lesson cuts both ways. It means Misfortune's project might not hold either. but it also means the possibility of something better isn't purely theoretical. The fire's burning lower now. Bilgewater asks a question that is harder than it looks. What do you do with freedom that has no safety net? The freedom is real. You can come to Bilgewater with nothing and build something. You can leave your past at the dock and start fresh in a city that genuinely does not care who you were. No institution will oppress you because there are no institutions to speak of. The future is genuinely open, but the freedom is also the danger. There is no net, no system to appeal to if someone stronger than you decides they want what you have. No court, no law, no arrangement powerful enough to protect you from pure force unless you have made yourself valuable enough or dangerous enough to be worth protecting. Bilgewater's champions, Misfortune and Gangplank, Illawoy and Pike, Twisted Fate and Graves, Nautilus and Tom Kench and Fizz, each represent a different answer to the same question. What does it mean to be free when freedom might kill you? What do you do with a fresh start in a place that devours the unprepared? Some of them found something worth fighting for. Some of them became the thing to fight. Some of them, the ones the sea touched and returned, are not entirely sure what they are anymore, only that they are still here and still moving. And somewhere out in the harbor, another ship is coming in, another person with no past and an open future, dropping their coin in the serpent's well, paying the tithe to whatever lies below. The sea takes, the sea gives, and Bilgewater, somehow, endures. Sleep well, wanderer. The sound of the waves will carry you down. Oh, a new visitor from across the sands. Welcome, wanderer. Are you lost? Tired from a long journey beneath the Shurima sun? Then sit. The fire is warm, the night air is cool, and the stars above us have been watching over this desert longer than any empire has managed to stand. And tonight, I want to tell you about the greatest empire Runeterra has ever seen. One that rose from the desert over thousands of years, built itself into something the world had never seen before, and then, in a single moment of betrayal, fell, completely, catastrophically, was swallowed by the sand as if it had never existed, and then, after 1,000 years of silence, came back. Are you comfortable? Good. Then let us begin. Shurima is not just a nation. It is an entire continent, the vast southern landmass of Runeterra that stretches so far in every direction that you could walk for months without reaching its edges and still not see all of it. The continent is dominated by desert, not the romantic, gentle desert of legend, not golden dunes under soft sunsets with the occasional picturesque oasis. The Shurima desert is brutal and enormous and indifferent to whether you survive your crossing of it. The Sai, the Great Sands, is the vast interior desert, a place where the heat at midday is capable of killing an unprepared traveler within hours, where sandstorms appear without warning and can bury entire caravans in minutes, where the distance between water sources is measured not in hours but in days of desperate walking. And yet, it is one of the most magnificent places in all of Runeterra. In the way that all extreme environments are magnificent, they are honest about what they are. The Shurima desert doesn't pretend to be gentle. It doesn't offer comfort it can't deliver. Under a clear night sky, the stars above the Sai are so numerous and so bright that the sky itself seems to be made of light rather than darkness. The silence of the deep desert when the wind isn't blowing is a kind of silence that people from crowded cities can barely imagine, complete, enveloping, and somehow deeply restful. The desert has been the defining force of every culture that has ever existed in Shurima. It shapes everything: the architecture, the religion, the politics, the relationship between people and the very concept of scarcity. Water is the most valuable substance in Shurima, more precious than gold or magical artifacts. An oasis is not just a water source. It is a settlement, a political entity, a place worth fighting and dying to control. The cities that survived the Empire's fall are almost all built around water. Everything else in Shurima is built around the cities. The Shuriman continent is large enough to contain significant regional variation. The northern coast, closer to Valoran, and therefore more connected to the rest of the world's trade routes, has cities with Noxian garrisons now, the Empire having taken advantage of the power vacuum left by Shurima's ancient fall to claim coastal territory. The eastern coast has ports and trade connections. The deep south, beyond the Sai, contains mysteries that even the ancient Shuriman Empire did not fully map. The void wastes are perhaps the most significant geographical feature besides the desert itself. This is the region that used to be Icathia, the city-state that unleashed the void thousands of years ago in a bid for freedom from Shuriman rule. What remains of Icathia is not ruins in any conventional sense. It is a scar. A place where reality was permanently damaged, where the boundary between the material world and the void is thinner than anywhere else on the continent, and where void creatures still occasionally surface from below. The Sai around the void wastes is avoided by every tribe that knows what happened there. The tomb of the emperors sits beneath the Shuriman capital, a sealed underground complex where Shurima's dead emperors were entombed, and which served for 1,000 years as the improvised prison of two beings who could not be killed but could not be allowed to roam free. More on that soon. The Oasis of the Dawn is located near the capital, the Mother of Life as it was called, whose waters carry healing properties so powerful that any edge dipped in them is said to strike truer afterward. It was almost completely dried up during the millennium of the Empire's absence. When the Empire returned, the waters came back with it. The people of modern Shurima, the ones who survived the Empire's fall and the 1,000 years of desert survival that followed, are nomadic for the most part, organized into tribes that move with the seasons, following water sources and grazing routes that their grandparents knew, and their grandchildren are already learning. They are lean and practical and deeply attuned to the desert's moods, in the way that you become attuned to something you depend on for your life. The tribal structure of modern Shurima is built around several core values that the desert itself enforces without apology. Hospitality, because turning away a traveler in the Sai is effectively a death sentence, and tribes that refused hospitality died out over the centuries. Deep knowledge of water, which is passed from elder to child with the same gravity that other cultures pass down sacred texts, and a pragmatic relationship with the past that is worth pausing on. The tribes remember the Empire. They do not spend much time mourning it. You cannot mourn and survive the Sai simultaneously. The desert demands your attention in the present tense, and people who drift into nostalgia for a civilization that has been sand for 1,000 years tend not to find water before their skin cracks. Trade in modern Shurima is conducted at the oases, the permanent water sources that serve as the anchoring points of the desert's mobile economy. Caravans move between oases on routes that have been walked for centuries, carrying cloth and metal and salvaged relics and information. The information is often more valuable than the physical goods. Knowing where Rek'Sai's territory has shifted this season, or which route was buried by last month's sandstorm, or which oasis has gone brackish from underground salt, These pieces of intelligence travel the desert on the lips of caravan drivers and are paid for accordingly. The desert's economy runs on the knowledge of the desert itself, hoarded and traded like any other scarce resource. Faith in the modern desert tribes is not institutional in the way it was in the Empire. There are no sun priests with formal training and maintained temples. Those structures and that tradition died with the capital. What remained is something more personal and more resilient, a general orientation toward the sun as the source of all life and the inheritor of the divine mandate that the Empire held. People pray at sunrise in the desert the way other cultures pray in temples. The sun is not abstract. In the Sai, the sun is the thing that gives you life every morning and takes it away from you if you're exposed to it without shade at noon. The line between theological reverence and practical respect blurs in the desert in a way it doesn't in more temperate climates. They carry the memory of the empire with them. Not as history. Most of them cannot access the written records which were buried under sand for 1,000 years, but as story and song and the half-remembered shapes of something enormous that existed before their grandparents' grandparents were born. The Shurima capital had become myth. The Ascended had become gods in the religious sense rather than the literal sense. The sun disk was something people prayed to as an abstract concept of divine power, not realizing it was a physical object that had once actually existed and could, in principle, exist again. When the city of Shurima rose out of the desert sand in Tadit, the present era of the lore literally rose, the buried structures erupting upward from beneath the sand. The people of the tribes who witnessed it were not experiencing confirmation of history. They were experiencing confirmation of religion. Everything their stories had told them was true. And the implications of that, good and terrible, are still unfolding. The foundation of everything that made Shurima what it was, the source of its power, the symbol of its divine mandate, the machine that produced its god warriors, was the sun disk. The sun disk was not invented by the Shurimans, it was given to them. The aspects of Targon, the celestial beings who use human vessels as conduits for their divine power, who reside on the sacred peak of Mount Targon and concern themselves with matters of cosmic importance, guided the ancient Shurimans in its construction. This guidance was not selfless. The aspects had purposes of their own, connected to ancient threats that they had been monitoring since long before Shurima existed. The ascended warriors the sun disk would create were, from the aspect's perspective, pieces on a board being prepared for a game that hadn't started yet. But to the Shurimans, the gift was everything. The sun disk was a massive circular structure positioned above the capital city, oriented to channel the power of the sun itself at precise astronomical moments. When a worthy candidate underwent the ascension ritual at the right moment beneath the sun disk at its full power, the sunlight channeled through the disk would transform them. Not metaphorically, physically. They would emerge from the ritual as something beyond human, larger, more powerful, touched by something divine, their form often taking on aspects of the animals sacred to their character. Their strength would be superhuman. Their lifespan would extend to something approaching immortality. These were the Ascended, and they became the foundation of the Shuriman. Empire's power for thousands of years. Not just anyone could undergo the ritual. The Sun Priests, the religious order responsible for the sun disk and its ceremonies, maintained strict criteria for who was worthy. The ritual had to be performed at specific astronomical times, and the process was not guaranteed to produce an ascended. There were cases where the ritual went wrong, where the power of the sun disk was too much for the candidate, where the transformation produced something malformed rather than divine, something that was still powerful, but that had lost the human qualities that made the ascended guardians rather than monsters. The Darkin are the clearest evidence of what happens when the ascension process goes catastrophically wrong. The Darkin are beings who underwent something like ascension, possibly through a different process, possibly through corrupted rituals. The exact origin is debated, and emerged as something that is all power and no humanity. They bound their souls into their weapons, which in itself suggests how far they had drifted from the balance that a successful ascension requires. They became weapons in the truest and most literal sense, tools of destruction with no purpose except destruction. The successful ascended were different. They retained their memories, their relationships, their personalities. Noxus was still the scholar and strategist he had always been. Renekton was still the fierce, loyal warrior. Setaka was still the queen who led through strength and wisdom rather than simply force. The ascension enhanced who they were rather than replacing who they were. This is what Zerath stole, and it is why his theft was a betrayal at the deepest possible level. The Ascended served as the military force, the diplomatic authority, and the spiritual representatives of the Shurima Empire simultaneously. They were not simply soldiers. They were living proof of the Empire's divine favor, evidence visible and undeniable that Shurima had the blessing of something greater than mortal power. Their presence on a battlefield ended most battles before they began. Their authority in negotiation was backed by the knowledge that defiance would bring something that could not be stopped by conventional means. Under their protection, Shurima expanded. The empire grew across the continent over thousands of years, absorbing smaller cultures and city-states, not always gently, not always with consent, but with a consistency that suggested the process would eventually encompass everything in the south. Trade routes connected formerly isolated communities. The great library of Noxus became one of the most comprehensive repositories of knowledge in the world. The Shuriman legal system, harsh in places but coherent, provided a framework that allowed very different cultures to coexist under one banner. Not everyone found this arrangement acceptable. Icathia is the most significant example, but not the only one. There were people throughout the Empire's history who resisted, who preserved older traditions in secret, who never fully accepted the Shuriman narrative of divine mandate. The Empire's response to this resistance varied by era. Some periods were more tolerant than others, but the general direction was expansion, absorption, and the subordination of older identities to the larger Shuriman one. The sun disk made it possible. Without it, there were no Ascended. Without the Ascended, Shurima was a powerful desert civilization, but not the empire of god warriors that reshaped an entire continent. The disk was not just a symbol, it was the engine. We have mentioned Icathia in earlier videos, in the Ixtal lore, when we talked about Nizuk and the monolith. But in the context of Shurima, Icathia's story takes on its full weight, because the void that Icathia unleashed was not just a catastrophe for Icathia. It was nearly the end of the Shuriman Empire itself, and the consequences of it are still poisoning the desert 2,500 years later. Icathia was a proud city-state that had been incorporated into the Shuriman Empire. not willingly. The Icathians maintained a fierce cultural identity that resisted assimilation, and they accumulated resentments over generations of Shuriman rule. When the moment came that they judged their opportunity to be right, they acted. What they acted with was something they had discovered in the ground beneath their city, a power that seeped upward from underground like heat from a vent. They had spent years learning to channel it, to shape it into something they thought they could control. The void is not controllable. The void is not a tool. The void is something from outside the world that does not follow the world's rules, including the rule that things under your control stay under your control. The Icathian mages opened a rift. Void creatures poured out. What the Icathians had intended as a weapon against Shurima became a catastrophe that consumed everything, including the Icathians themselves, including the Shuriman armies sent to stop them, including the great ascended warrior Queen Sataka, who died destroying the largest of the void creatures with her nether blade at the cost of her own existence. The void war that followed was the most terrible conflict in Shurima's history. The void creatures that emerged from Icathia did not simply destroy, they erased. The ground around Icathia became the void wastes, permanently scarred, permanently thinned, a place where the world is still slightly wrong. Void creatures called Zersai, massive, fast, burrowing through sand the way fish move through water, spread across the Shuriman desert and are still present in enormous numbers today, a living remnant of a catastrophe that happened thousands of years ago. The ascended host fought for years to contain the damage. Noxus and Renekton were among the most important figures in this war. Their combined abilities, Noxus's strategic genius and Renekton's ferocious combat power, making them the most effective pair in the Ascended's arsenal. They sealed void rifts. They hunted the largest void creatures. They held the line when nothing else could. The Ascended won, barely, at terrible cost. The warriors who survived the Void War were not unchanged by it. Centuries of fighting something that unmakes reality leaves marks on any consciousness, even one as durable as the Ascended. Several Ascended emerged from the war with aspects of their personality eroded, their stability compromised, their connection to the human self they had been before the ritual strained to breaking points. The horror of what they had seen in the Void War would eventually contribute, along with Zerath's betrayal, to the mental fragmentation that defined what happened to Renekton in the centuries that followed. Rek'Sai deserves her moment here, because she is the living representative of the void in the Shuriman Desert today. She is the largest and most powerful of the Zersai, the burrowing void creatures that have made the Deep Sai their territory for thousands of years. She is not a monster in a simple sense. She is an apex predator of extraordinary intelligence by the standards of void creatures, whose territory instincts and pack dynamics have made her as close to a queen of the sands as any creature alive. The Sai's nomadic tribes know Rek'Sai's territory. They know which areas of desert floor produce the particular vibrations that suggest she is below. They plan their caravan routes around her presence, not because they are afraid of her in a small way. They are afraid of her in a very large and entirely justified way, but because she is simply a permanent feature of the landscape that you work around rather than fight. She is as much a part of the Shuriman environment as the sand and the heat. Now we come to the central, story of Shurima, the one that everything else flows from. The friendship between two people who could not have been more different, and the betrayal that ended an empire. Azir was born a prince, the youngest and least favored of the current emperor's many sons, in a family with enough heirs that any single one of them was individually disposable. Azir occupied the bottom of the succession order, and therefore the bottom of everyone's attention and expectations. He was not trained for rulership. He was not cultivated for power. He was largely left to his own devices, which meant he spent his childhood in the great library of Noxus, reading. He read everything: history, philosophy, governance, military strategy, the theological records of the sun disk, and the ascension ritual. He was a scholar prince in a family of warrior princes, and he was acutely aware of how that was perceived. The person who changed his trajectory was not a fellow noble, not a mentor assigned to him by the court, not anyone his family would have chosen. It was Xerath. Xerath was a slave, born into slavery within the Shuriman Empire's vast institution of human bondage, one of the deepest moral failures of a civilization that in other ways genuinely aspired to greatness. He was brilliant in the way that some people are brilliant even in conditions designed to suppress it, unable to stop learning, unable to stop thinking, unable to stop seeing the mechanisms of the world around him with a clarity that surpassed most of the free people who surrounded him. He saved the young Prince Azir's life from an assassination attempt, not because he had any particular reason to, but because he was there and he could. This began a friendship that was, by all accounts, genuine on both sides. Two young people who had no one else paying real attention to them, finding in each other the kind of companionship that matters most, someone who takes you seriously. Azir made a promise to Xerath that he meant completely and kept throughout his life. When he was emperor, Xerath would be free. Not just Xerath, all the slaves of the empire. He intended to dismantle an institution that the empire's power structure depended on, because the friendship with Xerath had made it impossible for him to pretend the institution was anything other than what it was. The path to Azir becoming emperor was not the obvious one. Most of his older brothers were still alive when events moved to put him on the throne. Xerath, by this point, had been quietly studying sorcery for years, using his access through Azir to resources no slave should have had. And Xerath, who had begun the friendship in love and ended it in something much more complicated, arranged for the removal of the emperor and enough of his successors that Azir became the obvious candidate. He did not tell Azir what he had done. Azir never found out, which means he ascended the throne with clean hands in his own mind, having no idea that his closest friend had committed murder to put him there. Azir's reign was, by many accounts, genuinely good. He was a reformer, not a revolutionary, not someone who dismantled the old order overnight, but someone who moved steadily and deliberately toward a more just version of the empire he had inherited. He worked on slave emancipation, keeping the plans secret because open announcement before the groundwork was laid would have provoked a noble rebellion. He expanded the great library. He tried to be the emperor that his childhood in the library had taught him an emperor should be. And throughout all of it, Xerath was beside him, advising, counseling, steering, and resenting. The resentment grew from something that Azir could not have fixed even if he had known about it, the gap between what Xerath had been promised and what was possible. Azir had promised to free him when he became emperor. He had done that immediately on the first day of his reign. But freedom for one person, even your closest friend, is not the same as justice. Xerath had spent his entire life in a society that treated him as property. He had accumulated a rage against that system, against Shurima itself as a system that the personal kindness of one good emperor could not dissolve. He had also been secretly studying the Ascension ritual for years, not just studying it, preparing to steal it. His plan was not to support Azir's ascension and share in the Empire's glory as a trusted advisor. His plan was to push Azir into the ritual, intercept the power of the sun disk at the critical moment, and take it for himself. The tragedy is the timing of what Azir did just before the ritual began. Standing at the base of the sun disk steps, Azir turned to Zerath and, in front of the assembled court and the sun priests, formally granted him his freedom, publicly, irrevocably, naming him a brother. He had kept this plan secret specifically to maximize its impact. He wanted the gesture to mean something. He wanted everyone to see it. And Zerath, who had already committed to his plan, who had already moved the pieces into place, received the greatest gesture of love his friend had ever made at the moment when he was about to destroy him. Whether this changed anything inside Zerath is one of Shurima's most devastating unanswered questions. By that point, the mechanism was already in motion. The ritual began. And at its height, at the precise moment when the power of the sun disk flowed toward Azir, Zerath unleashed his prepared sorcery and seized it for himself. What followed was catastrophic in a way that went beyond what Zerath had planned for. The sun disk, its power violently redirected at the wrong moment, didn't simply empower Zerath. The disruption of the ritual caused a catastrophic magical feedback. Azir, caught in the ritual with no protection, was killed. Killed as an emperor, killed as a person, killed as a human being, gone in a moment. The city of Shurima, whose magical foundations were tied to the sun disk and the ritual that was meant to renew them, began to fail. The structures crumbled. The sands that had been held back by the city's magic came flooding in. The greatest city in the world sank into the desert in a matter of hours. Zerath, transformed by the stolen power into something that was more energy than flesh, found himself not triumphant, but trapped. The explosion of magic had done things to him that he had not anticipated. He was no longer human. He was no longer entirely sane, and he was surrounded by Noxus and Renekton, who had witnessed the betrayal and were not going to allow him to simply walk away from it. Renekton's solution was the Shuriman version of cutting the knot. He physically grabbed Zerath, told Noxus to seal the tomb, and dragged both of them underground. He sacrificed his own freedom to solve a problem that couldn't be solved any other way. He asked his brother to seal them in. Noxus did it, and has been living with it ever since. The empire of Shurima ended not with a slow decline, not with a long political deterioration or a gradual loss of territory. It ended on a single afternoon when the city sank and the survivors of that day walked out into the desert with nothing but what they were wearing. The survivors scattered. Those who were close to the capital when it fell either died in the collapse or spent the immediate aftermath walking in whatever direction seemed safest, which in the Sai means any direction that isn't where you came from. Small communities formed around the closest reliable water sources. Larger ones developed over generations around the oases that the Shuriman irrigation system had once maintained. Oases that, without that maintenance, were already beginning to shrink. Over 1,000 years, the population of Shurima went from an empire that spanned a continent to a collection of tribes and small cities clinging to the desert's margins. The knowledge was lost, not all of it, not everywhere, but enough that the understanding of how things worked declined significantly across every generation. The architecture that had made Shurima magnificent required expertise that died with the people who had it. The magical infrastructure that had made the desert habitable was gone with the capital. What survived was culture, story, the habit of faith directed at something that could no longer be proven to exist. Every generation of Shuriman desert tribes passed down the name of the capital, passed down the title of the sun disk, passed down the names of the ascended as divine figures, as guardian spirits, as the mythological ancestors of a people who had once been great and might be great again. Noxus wandered. This is perhaps the most quietly devastating detail of the 1,000 years between the fall and the return. While Zerath and Renekton were sealed in darkness below the desert, Noxus was in the world, alone, and ascended. Being who was effectively immortal, who had sealed his own brother underground, who had watched everything he spent his life protecting be destroyed in an afternoon. He did not sit still. He could not. The knowledge of the great library, much of which he had personally absorbed over his long life, needed to go somewhere. He traveled, teaching, mentoring, quietly depositing fragments of Shuriman knowledge into other cultures so that if the Empire ever returned, the knowledge it had accumulated would not be entirely gone. He worked as an advisor in various cities under names that nobody connected to the legendary Noxus, because the real Noxus was a myth, not someone you expected to meet at a crossroads. He was also watching for Azir. He knew, he could not be certain, but he knew that something was not finished, that the story was not over. Azir had died in a failed ascension, but the ascension had not completed cleanly. The power had been disrupted but not entirely dispersed. The possibility existed, however unlikely, that given the right circumstances, something might resume. He was right. It just took 1,000 years. The chain of events that brought Shurima back began with a mercenary job. Sivir, a battle mistress, one of the finest boomerang-style weapon fighters in the desert, born to a tribe whose name she did not know was connected to the ancient emperor, was hired by a Noxian noblewoman named Cassiopeia du Couteau. The mission: to guide Cassiopeia into the ruins of the ancient Shuriman capital and help her reach the tomb of the emperors. Cassiopeia was not interested in Sivir for her fighting ability. She needed Sivir's weapon, the Chalikar, a blade that had been passed down through Sivir's lineage for generations, and that was, unknown to Sivir, connected to Azir's bloodline in a way that made it function as a key. The mission went exactly as badly as it could have. The Chalikar opened the tomb. The Serpent Guardian, a colossal stone, snake protecting the entrance, came to life. Cassiopeia took the weapon and left Sivir behind. The serpent's fangs caught Cassiopeia in the process, its venom transforming her into the half-serpent creature she remains today, one of the more poetic consequences in Shurima's recent history, of a woman who went looking for someone else's treasure and found a permanent transformation instead. Inside the tomb, Renekton and Zerath felt the seals weakening, felt the air of the outside world for the first time in 1,000 years, and emerged. Renekton first, howling, Zerath behind him, patient and calculating and already planning. Sivir, stabbed in the back by Cassiopeia and left dying in the desert, fell at the entrance of the tomb. Her blood seeped into the stone, and something deep below the desert stirred. Azir had not simply died. The failed ascension had scattered him, his consciousness, his essence, something that was him, into the magic of the sun disk. He had been there for 1,000 years, not dead in the conventional sense, not alive in the conventional sense, waiting. The blood of his bloodline reaching him was enough. He emerged from the desert, not as the man who had died, but as something more. The ascension he had been denied finally completed in some partial form by the power of the sun disk's remnant energy. A being of sand and sunlight and the memory of what he had been, determined to finish what had been interrupted. He saw Severe, dying, a stranger, and felt in the way that the desert feels the shape of the land beneath it, that this person was connected to him, his bloodline, his descendant by 1,000 years. He carried her to the oasis of the dawn, which had almost entirely dried up in the millennium of the Empire's absence, but retained enough of its healing power to save her. And as he did, as he chose a dying stranger over the first moments of his own impossible return, something in that choice completed the ritual. The sun disk ignited. The city of Shurima erupted from beneath the sand. The Empire returned. Shurima has one of the most interconnected champion rosters in all of League of Legends, because almost every champion story is entangled with every other champion story. The Empire's history is their history. Let's spend time with each of them. Azir, Emperor of the Sands. We have already told most of Azir's story in the historical sections, but the present-day version of him deserves his own moment. He is back. The city is back, and he is simultaneously the most powerful person in Shurima and in a deeply compromised position, because the world he is trying to rebuild is not the world he left. The people of the desert tribes have survived for 1,000 years without an emperor, and are not universally eager to have one again. The Noxians control the northern coast, and have no intention of giving it back simply because the Empire's original ruler has reconstituted himself. Xerath is free and at war with him. Renekton is free and consumed by madness. He is also aware, at some level, of the questions that his return raises. He wants to restore Shurima, but the Shurima he wants to restore contained an institution of slavery that he was trying to dismantle when he died. He cannot restore Shurima exactly as it was, because Shurima exactly as it was not good enough. And the version of Shurima he wants to build, reformed, just, the empire his scholar prince self had imagined, requires persuading people who have 1,000 years of independence not to trade that independence for his vision. He is not a villain. He is not a hero in the simple sense. He is a man who died trying to do something good, who came back with the same good intentions in a world that has moved on without him. Noxus, the curator of the sands. Noxus is one of the oldest and most tragically weighted figures in Shurima's current story. He is brilliant, genuinely one of the greatest minds the Ascended Host ever produced. His role as curator of the Great Library wasn't honorary. He was the person who understood more of what was in it than anyone else, who had spent his life organizing and expanding and synthesizing the accumulated knowledge of an empire. He is measured and patient in the way that only something very old and very thoughtful can be, which makes him both easy to underestimate and extremely dangerous. He sealed his brother underground. He has been living with that for 1,000 years. The relationship with Renekton, the smart older brother and the fierce younger one, the scholar and the warrior, the pair that was more effective together than either was alone, was the defining relationship of Noxus's pre-fall life. And he ended it by doing what needed to be done, the way he always did what needed to be done, with no hesitation and with the full weight of consequence falling on him. He wants to save Renekton. He knows what happened to his brother in the darkness, the centuries of Xerath's lies, the slow erosion of a mind that was not built for that kind of isolation, the twisted version of events that Renekton now believes. He knows that the version of Renekton currently roaming the desert, howling for vengeance, is not the brother he knew, and he has not given up on the possibility of bringing that brother back. Whether that's achievable is one of Shurima's most heartbreaking unresolved questions. Renekton, the Butcher of the Sands. Renekton's tragedy is one of the more quietly devastating ones in all of Runeterra's lore, precisely because it didn't have to happen this way. He was the best of the Shuriman warriors, not the smartest, not the most strategic, not the most politically useful, but the most purely effective in the field, fierce and loyal and reliable in the way that only someone who has decided completely who they are and what they stand for can be reliable. He went into the darkness with Xerath willingly, sacrificing his freedom so that his brother wouldn't have to sacrifice his life to do something that needed to be done. He asked one thing in return, that Noxus come for him, that Noxus find a way to free him from the tomb. Noxus could not. In 1,000 years, he could not find a way to open the tomb that wouldn't also free Xerath. And so the years passed, and in the darkness, Xerath spoke, and Renekton listened, because there was nothing else to listen to. The lies were patient and careful and consistent. The slow drip of a narrative that Noxus's jealousy was what had really driven the sealing of the tomb, that Xerath was the real victim, that the world outside had moved on and forgotten them both, while Noxus lived in freedom. By the time Renekton emerged, he believed most of what Xerath had told him. The rage and the grief of centuries had nowhere to go except toward the story he had been given. He came out of the tomb looking for his brother, and not in a loving way. The hope that Noxus holds for him is real. It is also, in the current state of things, very difficult to pursue when your brother is trying to kill you. Xerath, the Magus Ascendant. Xerath is the most powerful pure magical entity in the Shuriman Desert, arguably one of the most powerful in all of Runeterra. He is pure arcane energy, contained within the broken pieces of his magical sarcophagus, so saturated with the stolen power of the sun disk that his form can barely maintain itself in physical reality. He is not simply evil in the way a mustache-twirling villain is evil. He is a person who was wronged by a system in ways that were real, who responded to those wrongs by doing things that were catastrophically worse than the original wrong, and who has had 1,000 years in darkness to convince himself that his choices were justified. His goal, now that he is free, is to remake Shurima, not in Azir's image, but in his own. A Shurima without the institution of the Ascended, without the sun disk as a source of inequality, without the divine mandate that allowed those with power to justify that power through religious authority. His revolution, if achieved, would eliminate a genuinely unjust element of the old Shurima. It would also kill everyone in the way of it. He is chasing Sivir specifically because her bloodline is the key to Azir's power. Eliminating her would prevent any future revival of the Azir lineage claim to the Empire. He is fighting Noxus because Noxus is the one being in Shurima capable of standing against him for any useful length of time. He is, in every conflict he engages in, simultaneously the most powerful force in the room and the most isolated one. Sivir, the battle mistress. Sivir is the most human person in Shurima's cosmic drama, and that humanity is her defining quality. She did not choose any of this. She took a mercenary job. She got stabbed for it. She woke up saved by someone who turned out to be a god emperor and connected to her bloodline in ways she had no idea about, and was immediately told that her survival had reawakened an empire and that she was instrumental to its future. Her response to this information was essentially, "That's very interesting. And no thank you." She does not want to be the imperial bloodline. She does not want to be the key to anything. She has built her life on exactly the kind of autonomy that the Shurima Empire's return threatens to take away from her. The right to choose her jobs, her alliances, her direction. She is good at what she does because she has spent years being nothing but good at what she does, without the burden of destiny or legacy or anyone's expectations. This refusal to be what the narrative of Shurima's return needs her to be is one of the most honest character beats in the entire region's lore. The world keeps telling her she matters in specific ways. She keeps insisting on mattering in the way she chooses. Both of these things are true simultaneously. Talia, the Stoneweaver. Talia is young, one of the youngest people in Shurima's current story, and carries that youth as both a vulnerability and a strength. She is a stone mage, born to a tribe of nomadic weavers in the rocky foothills near the edge of the Sai. Her connection to stone and earth manifested young and strong, and because she was afraid of what she might accidentally do with it, she left her tribe to seek training. She traveled an extraordinary distance, through the Freljord, through Noxus, across the ocean to Ionia, where she found Yasuo. He was not a stone mage, but he understood what it meant to have a power that the world wasn't sure what to do with, and he taught her enough about control that she could function without constant fear of collateral damage. When Azir's return reached her as a rumor, and then as a confirmed fact, she came home. Not to serve the Emperor. She has significant concerns about what a resurrected ancient empire means for the people of the desert who have built lives in his absence. She came home to protect her tribe. Whatever Shurima becomes, her family is in it, and that comes first. Her ability to move through stone and reshape the earth around her is extraordinary. She can shelter entire city populations from magical assault with sufficiently large barriers, as she demonstrated during the confrontation at Vikara. She is, in terms of raw magical potential, one of the most powerful people in the current Shurima. She is also someone who does not particularly want to be powerful. She wants to go home. Zillion, the Chrono Keeper. Zillion predates Shurima in a meaningful sense. He is a time mage of such extraordinary ability that he has essentially moved himself partway outside of time. He experiences it differently than any other living being, aware of the flow of past and future in ways that make normal conversation with him somewhat disorienting. He studied at Ixtal in his mortal life, the only outsider known to have been welcomed into the Ixtali arcology system for study. His time magic developed to the point where the edges of it reached beyond anything he had intended, and at some point he became something more like a temporal phenomenon than a person. He carries a deep grief. He saw the rune wars coming. He had the foreknowledge to know what was going to happen, and he couldn't stop it. Whether because the causal mechanics of his time magic made intervention impossible without creating worse problems, or because the scale of what was coming was simply beyond one person's capacity to redirect, the result was the same. He watched, and the rune wars happened, and the destruction was everything he had foreseen. He now exists in a kind of permanent melancholy that comes from knowing too much about both the past and the future. He helps when he can. He tries to redirect when he sees something coming that might be redirectable. And he carries the weight of a catastrophe he could not stop, which is a very specific kind of grief that nobody else in Runeterra is equipped to fully understand. Akshan, the rogue sentinel. Akshan is one of the more recently added figures to Shurima's champion roster, and his story operates on a smaller and more personal scale than the ancient epics of Azir and Zerath. He is a sentinel of light, a member of an order dedicated to fighting the undead corruption of the Shadow Isles and the Black Mist. His mentor, a woman named Shadia, was killed by what the Sentinels call a scourge, a magical villain in league with the Shadow Isles. And Akshan has a weapon, his special grappling hook crossbow, that has an extraordinary property. If he can kill the scourge responsible for a death, everyone killed by that scourge is revived. He wanders Shurima and beyond, hunting scourges with the focused determination of someone who has lost someone irreplaceable and found a way to potentially get her back. He is young and clever, and carries his grief lightly on the surface, covering it with wit and bravado in the way that people who are grieving very hard sometimes do. His connection to Shurima is geographical and cultural. He grew up in the desert, knows its rhythms and roots, uses the landscape as fluently as anyone who was born to it. But his story is not about the Empire's return or the Ancient Ascended. It is about one young man, one lost mentor, and one impossible weapon that might be able to fix one terrible thing. Amumu, the sad mummy. Amumu is perhaps the most emotionally resonant figure in Shurima's lore, and also the most mysterious. He is a small mummified child, wrapped in ancient Shuriman bandages, wandering the desert in search of a friend. His origin is genuinely unclear. Some sources suggest he was an ancient Shuriman prince, cursed for reasons related to forgotten crimes against the gods. Others suggest he was a Yordle who became trapped in Shurima during the Empire's height. The ambiguity is deliberate. Riot has intentionally left the specific answer unresolved because the mystery of who he was is less important than what he is now. What he is now is desperately, profoundly lonely. He is cursed in two ways, with an aura of grief magic that makes anyone who gets close to him eventually pull away, driven by a sadness they can't fully articulate. And with the awareness that this curse exists, he knows why people leave. He knows it isn't really about him. He keeps trying anyway, because the alternative is giving up on connection entirely, and he is not able to do that. He is one of the most gentle figures in Shurima's story. He doesn't want power. He doesn't want revenge. He wants what the loneliest people in any world want, someone to sit with. Naafiri, the Hound of 100 Bites. Naafiri is a Darkin, one of those fallen ascended whose souls were bound into weapons after the Void Wars drove them to something beyond madness. Specifically, Naafiri is a darkened consciousness inhabiting a dagger, which has an unusual property. Instead of possessing a single host body, the dagger releases the darkened's essence into a pack of jackals. She is many bodies and one mind. The pack is her, not tools she controls, but extensions of herself, hunting together with a coordination that is both animal and supernatural. She experiences the world through multiple sets of senses simultaneously, which gives her a perspective on reality that is genuinely alien to any single-bodied being. What makes her interesting in Shurima's current story is that unlike most Darkin, who are consumed by rage and the desire to possess powerful individual hosts, Naafiri seems to be working towards something more coherent. She is hunting, not randomly, but with what appears to be a specific objective. What that objective is remains somewhat shrouded, but she is thinking, planning, which makes her both more dangerous and more interesting than a Darkin who is simply destroying. Kassadin, the Void. Walker. Kassadin's story is one of the most personal in the Shurima roster because it is, at its core, a father's story. He was a trader and explorer from the Shuriman Desert, a practical man, not a mage, not a warrior of any particular distinction. He traveled the routes between desert cities, built a life, raised a daughter. Then his daughter Kaisa disappeared near the Void Wastes. Taken by the Void, or entered the Void, depending on who you ask and what actually happened. And the truth is that what happened to Kaisa is one of the more remarkable survival stories in Runeterra. She survived inside the Void. She adapted. She is still out there. But Kassadin didn't know that when she disappeared. He knew only that she was gone and that the Void had taken her. And he spent years becoming the person who could go in after her, studying Void magic in ways that human beings are explicitly not supposed to study, acquiring the netherblade of an ancient ascended hero, transforming himself with Void crystal implants into something that could survive where only Void creatures were supposed to be able to survive. He found Kaisa eventually. The reunion was not the triumphant rescue he had imagined. She had survived without him, had changed in ways that made her difficult to reach, was not the child he had lost. They are both still finding their way to each other across the distance the Void opened between them. But he is still trying. That is perhaps the most Shuriman thing about him. The desert teaches you to survive in the absence of everything. And he took that lesson and aimed it at the one thing he refused to lose. Shurima in the present lore is a place of extraordinary tension and possibility. The city has risen. Azir is back. The sun disk is active again, the most significant magical development on the Shuriman continent in 1,000 years. Noxus, which had been quietly expanding into the northern coast in the power vacuum of the Empire's absence, is now dealing with the fact that the Empire is back and its original ruler has opinions about that. Zareth is at large, building power, hunting the last of Azir's bloodline. Renekton is at large, consuming rage and the lies of 1,000 years. The Void Wastes are still there, still wrong, still producing Zerzai and other nightmares on a schedule that has nothing to do with human politics. The tribes of the desert are watching. Some have embraced Azir's return as the fulfillment of everything their religion told them. Others are deeply suspicious. 1,000 years of self-determination is hard to give up for anyone's empire, no matter how divine the mandate. Talia represents that skepticism. Sivir represents the refusal to be defined by it at all. The question of what Shurima becomes is genuinely open. It could become the empire Azir wanted to build, just expansive, the desert. Civilization that reaches its full potential. It could become the first casualty of Zareth's revolution. It could be something neither of them planned for, built by the people who survived the last 1,000 years and have their own ideas about the future. The sand remembers everything, but the sand also buries everything eventually. Whether the empire that is rising will last longer than the one that fell is a question only time will answer. The fire is burning lower now. The stars above the desert are the same ones that watched Azir ascend the steps of the sun disk on the day everything changed. The same ones that watched the city sink. The same ones that watched 1,000 years later as it rose again. Shurima asks a question that the desert itself seems to embody. What survives? Not everything does. The empire fell, knowledge was lost, cultures were erased, people who deserved better didn't get it, and yet something survived. The stories, the bloodline, the memory of the sun disk held in religion long after the physical object was buried. The specific stubbornness of people who live in the desert, who have been surviving the unsurvivable for generations, and have decided that they will continue to do so regardless of what the Empire does. The champions who came from this place, Azir and Noxus and Renekton, Zerath and Sivir and Talia, Kassadin and Amumu and Zillion and all the others, each carry a different answer to the question. What is worth preserving? What should be left in the sand? There is no single answer. There never is with empires. Only the ongoing negotiation between what was and what could be, played out in the lives of people who are trying their best in conditions that don't make best very easy. Shurima will fall, Zerath says. Maybe, but it has fallen before. And it rose. Sleep well, wanderer. The desert night is long, and the stars will keep watch. A new visitor from the high peaks. Welcome, wanderer. Are you lost? Tired from a long climb through ice and thin air? Well then, sit down, come close to the fire. Catch your breath, let the cold leave your fingers, and look up for a moment at the sky. Do you see the stars? Good. Because tonight's story starts up there, far beyond what any of us can reach, in a place so vast and so old that the word ancient barely begins to cover it. Tonight we are going to talk about a mountain, the highest peak in all of Runeterra, a place where gods come down to wear mortal skin, where the sky literally opens if you are worthy enough to reach the top, where two faiths went to war over which light to follow, where a dragon made of starfire was tricked into slavery and has been patiently waiting for revenge ever since. Are you comfortable? Good. Then let us begin. Mount Targon is not a mountain the way most mountains are mountains. Most mountains are simply very large pieces of geology. Impressive, certainly. Occasionally dangerous, but fundamentally passive. They are shaped by forces, not by intent. They do not watch you. They do not test you. They do not decide whether you are worthy of seeing what is at their top. Mount Targon does all of these things. It is the highest peak in all of Runeterra, so tall that its summit is above the clouds in a way that most mountains are not. At its base, the sky above you is already extraordinary, packed with celestial bodies that are visible even in daylight, stars and moons and comets and constellations arranged in patterns that the people living in the mountain's base have been reading for generations as signs and messages. Astronomers from across Runeterra have made pilgrimages to the mountain's foot specifically to study this sky, because the clarity and richness of what is visible there has no parallel anywhere else on the continent. And that's before you even start climbing. The climb itself is not simply physically difficult, though it is that genuinely lethally difficult, killing the vast majority of people who attempt it through exposure or falls or altitude sickness or the predators that live on its upper slopes. But the mountain also tests in ways that go beyond the physical. As climbers gain altitude, the mountain confronts them with visions, hallucinations, or something more than hallucinations, depending on who you ask. Manifestations of their fears, their regrets, the moments that defined them, the parts of themselves they would prefer not to look at directly. Most climbers who survive the physical danger turn back because of the visions. They cannot face what the mountain shows them. The ones who push through, who do not look away, who reach the summit anyway, find something waiting for them there. The sky opens, and what is beyond it reaches back. What reaches back is something called an aspect. And understanding what an aspect is requires understanding the cosmology of Targon, which is one of the most genuinely fascinating and most cosmically scaled world-building structures in all of League of Legends. Above the physical world of Runeterra, beyond the summit of the mountain, there exists something called Targon Prime. It is described as a city of gold and silver, bathed in celestial light, a place that exists beyond the physical realm, in a dimension accessible only through the mountain or through the kind of cosmic entity that doesn't need geography to travel. The inhabitants of Targon Prime are the aspects, beings of pure conceptual power, each one embodying an abstract principle: the sun, the moon, war, protection, twilight, the hunt. Each aspect is not just a powerful being, it is the living embodiment of a concept so fundamental that it has a presence in reality simply by virtue of existing. The aspects are not gods in the sense of creators or benevolent caretakers. They are forces. They have purposes, but those purposes are cosmic in scale, related to the defense of the world against threats that most of Runeterra's population doesn't know exist and couldn't conceptualize if they did. The void is the primary concern. The aspects have been aware of the void threat for as long as they have existed, and everything they do, including the selection and transformation of mortal hosts, is oriented, at least partially, toward that defense. This means that being chosen by an aspect is not necessarily a gift, even if it is experienced as one. The aspect of war didn't choose Atreus because it loved him. It chose him because it needed a body capable of carrying its power into the world, and Atreus happened to be the most suitable vessel available at the time. The transformation is real, the power is real, and the host's connection to the aspect can become a genuine relationship over time. But the relationship begins from a position of profound asymmetry. The aspect chooses, the mortal is chosen, and not every host is comfortable with what that means for their autonomy. Before going further, it is worth sitting with the scale of what the aspects actually are, because this is one of those cases where the lore genuinely earns the word cosmic and uses it correctly. The aspects are not supernatural beings in the way that most fantasy settings use that term. They are not powerful mages who achieved immortality, or ancient gods who were worshipped into existence, or elemental forces that crystallized into consciousness. They are embodied concepts, ideas so fundamental to the structure of reality that they exist as presences, as forces, independent of any physical form. The aspect of the sun is not a being who controls sunlight. It is what the sun means, given consciousness and purpose. Each aspect was present before Runeterra existed in its current form. They watched the world develop from Targon Prime with a kind of patient, strategic attention. They guided the development of civilizations directly when they felt it necessary, through the slow provision of knowledge and the occasional selection of a mortal host. The sun disk that powered Shurima's ascension ritual was ultimately the result of aspect guidance. They needed armies capable of facing the void. They needed a world that could defend itself, and so they worked, over centuries through multiple civilizations, toward that capacity. This is the thing that makes the aspects genuinely alien rather than simply powerful. Their relationship to individual mortal lives is not uncaring, but it is not their primary concern. They care about Runeterra as a world that must survive. They care about the defense against the void as an imperative that supersedes most other considerations. Individual people matter to them largely insofar as those people serve the larger purpose. Some aspect hosts accept this, some don't, and the tension between what the aspect needs and what the mortal host values is one of the most consistently rich sources of drama in Targon's champion stories. The tribes who have always lived at the mountain's base exist in two main factions, the Solari and the Lunari. The Solari are the larger and more dominant group, a religious order that worships the sun as the source of divine power and cosmic order. They are martial, disciplined, and deeply certain of their own rightness. They train their warriors from childhood in the Ra-Horak, an elite fighting force that serves as both the Solari's military arm and its religious police. Their power at the mountain's base is substantial, their reach into Targon's culture pervasive. The Ra-Horak patrol the mountain's lower slopes, manage the trade routes that pass near the mountain's base, and enforce the Solari's religious edicts with the efficiency of people who have been doing this for so many generations that they no longer question whether they should. The Solari are not villains in a simple sense. Their faith is real and their commitment to it is genuine. They believe sincerely that the sun's supremacy over the moon is not just theological preference, but cosmic fact, that the moon is darkness, that darkness is danger, and that the Lunaries' worship of it is therefore a genuine threat to the world rather than simply a competing religious preference. This conviction, held in good faith, produces behavior that looks from the outside like fanaticism. Most convictions about absolute truth do. The Lunari are their shadow, a smaller, older, and for most of the modern era more persecuted faith. They worship the moon and draw their magical connection from it rather than the sun. The Solari have spent significant effort suppressing the Lunari, partly out of genuine religious conviction that the moon represents darkness and therefore opposition to the divine, and partly out of the kind of institutional self-interest that every dominant religious power eventually develops. The Lunari, during the period before Diana's return, had been driven so completely underground that most people at the mountain's base believed they had been entirely eliminated. They hadn't, but they were very nearly gone. The conflict between these two faiths, sun versus moon, light versus dark, certainty versus mystery, is the central human drama of Targon. And it gets most complicated in the two people who became its most important combatants, Leona and Diana. Leona and Diana grew up together within the Solari faith, both trained as warriors, both exceptional, both forming a bond that was more complicated and more important than a simple friendship between two capable people. Leona was everything the Solari wanted, devoted, gifted, absolutely committed to the sun's supremacy and to the duties that came with it. She rose through the ranks of the Ra-Horak on pure ability and genuine faith, not performed faith, not institutional compliance, but the real thing. She believed, she climbed, she endured the visions. And the aspect of the sun chose her, transforming her into something that burns with celestial solar fire, her skin shimmering with starlight, her eyes carrying the focused intensity of something that has looked directly at the sun and not flinched. Diana's story is more tragic and more complicated. She was an orphan, struggling to understand Solari teachings that felt, to her, incomplete. Where Leona found answers in the sun, Diana found questions. The sacred texts she was given seemed to be missing something. References to celestial bodies that weren't the sun, traditions that had been edited or removed, gaps in the doctrine that her sharp mind couldn't stop picking at. When other students and teachers dismissed her questioning as disrespect, Leona stayed, debated with her, tried to help her find what she was looking for in a faith that had already decided what the answers were. Diana found it herself eventually, not in the official texts but in ancient ruins on the mountain's upper slopes, ruins that predated the Solari faith, that contained records of a tradition the Solari had been suppressing for centuries. The Lunari, the moon, the other half of the celestial truth that the Solari's doctrine had carved out of history. She climbed. She reached the summit, and the aspect of the moon, which had been waiting for a host for perhaps hundreds of years, found in Diana exactly what it had been looking for, someone who would not be satisfied with half of the truth. She came back down the mountain as the embodiment of lunar power, silver armor, crescent blade, eyes carrying the cool focused light of the moon, and the Solari, whose entire institutional identity was built on the premise that the sun was supreme and the moon was nothing, saw in Diana an existential threat. They sentenced her to execution. What followed was not an execution. Diana survived. The Ra-Horak who came for her did not. And Diana, transformed, powerful, and carrying a fury born from a lifetime of being told that what she was looking for didn't exist, and then finding it, descended into the Solari's sacred places and destroyed what she found there. The destruction Diana caused in that initial rage was significant and real. She was not simply defending herself, she was tearing apart something that had spent centuries erasing her tradition. The sacred Solari sites she destroyed were not innocent architecture. They were the physical expression of a system that had imprisoned and killed Lunari believers for generations. Her fury was not irrational. It was also not surgical. In the immediate aftermath of her transformation, Diana was not capable of being surgical. The tragedy at the center of their relationship is that Leona had nothing to do with the execution order. She was not among those who condemned Diana. And Diana, in her rage, did not stop to find out who specifically had moved against her before she moved against the Solari. The two people who had been each other's most important relationship are now on opposite sides of a conflict that neither of them fully chose. They still carry what they were to each other. The lore makes this clear in the small, devastating details, the way they each speak about the other when they think no one is listening, the way neither of them has been able to fully close the door on something that should have stayed open. They are working towards something that looks from certain angles like reconciliation. Leona has been questioning, quietly, internally, in the way that faith sometimes questions itself when the institution built around it does something the faith cannot justify. Whether the Solari's suppression of the Lunari was ever right, regardless of the theological question. Diana has been learning, slowly, that the rage that saved her life is not the same thing as wisdom about what to do next. The question is whether the institutions they have each become entangled with will allow what both of them want underneath the conflict. Before we move into the individual champion stories, it is worth pausing to understand what daily life looks like for the people who have always lived in the mountain's shadow. Because the drama of aspects and cosmic betrayals tends to overshadow the fact that there are ordinary communities here, people who were born at the base of the world's most dangerous mountain and simply live there, generation after generation, without being chosen by anything divine. The Rakor are the most significant of these groups, the warlike tribe from which Atreus came and from whose broader culture both the Solari and Lunari grew. They are defined by the belief that combat is the highest form of human expression. Not combat for conquest or resource acquisition, though those things happen too, but combat as a philosophical practice, the testing of oneself against genuine opposition, the understanding of your own limits through the only method that truly reveals them. Children are trained to fight from the time they can hold a weapon, not brutally. The Rakor have a sophisticated martial tradition, and the early training is technically precise rather than simply hardening. The goal is not to produce children who are numb to pain, but to produce adults who understand the geometry of a fight at a level that bypasses conscious thought. Muscle memory over decision-making. The body knowing what to do before the mind has finished asking. The Rakor's relationship with the mountain is one of respect and aspiration. They are aware, more than any other group at its base, of exactly how difficult the climb is and how rarely it produces an aspect host. Most Rakor warriors who attempt the climb die on it. They accept this. The climb is not primarily about reaching the summit. It is about finding out who you are when the mountain is trying to kill you, and you are trying not to be killed, whether you come back with a God inside you or simply come back. You return having learned something that could not be learned any other way. This cultural attitude produces an interesting relationship with the champions who do return from the summit transformed. The Rakor revere Leona and respected the aspect of war when it inhabited Atreus. They are aware that the divine selection says something about the person chosen, and they take pride in that. But they also understand that the mountain tests everyone the same way, regardless of outcome. The one who dies on the fourth slope and the one who reaches the summit and returns with celestial fire both went through the same test. The outcome differs. The courage required is the same. Of all the stories that come from Targon, Pantheons is the one that most directly asks the question the region tends to raise in the background of every other story. What happens to the person when the aspect arrives? Atreus was born among the Rakor, the most intensely warlike of the tribes at Targon's base, a people who considered combat the highest expression of a human life, and who raised their children to understand this from birth. He was a warrior by upbringing and by genuine inclination, not a reluctant soldier, not someone pushed toward violence by circumstance, but someone who genuinely understood what the Rakor were and chose to be a full expression of it. He climbed Mount Targon. He reached the summit. The aspect of war descended into him, and he became Pantheon, the unbreakable spear, the living weapon, an entity of almost incomprehensible martial power that could face down demigods and not be the one to step back first. For a long time, Atreus and the aspect coexisted, functioned, even thrived. The aspect of war had a host with genuine martial aptitude rather than someone simply performing the role, and Atreus had access to power that let him be what he had always been at the absolute limit of possibility. Then Atrox came. Atrox is one of the Darken, the fallen ascended, the weapons with souls, and in terms of the threat hierarchy that the aspects were built to address, he sits very high on the list. The battle between the aspect of war and Atrox was not a contest with a predetermined outcome. Atrox struck something in that fight that essentially unmade the aspect entirely, shattered it, removed it from Atreus as a presence. What was left was just Atreus, A man who had survived something that should have killed him, who had been hollowed out by the loss of a divine presence and was still breathing, still standing, still holding the aspect's weapons in hands that no longer had celestial power to draw on. Most people in that position would have accepted the end. The aspect was gone. The power was gone. The cosmic purpose was gone. By any reasonable accounting, Atreus was done. He was not done. He picked up the weapons, not because the aspect told him to, not because any divine force commanded it. Because Atreus had been a warrior before the aspect arrived, and he was a warrior still, and the things the aspect had been fighting were still out there, and still dangerous, and someone needed to stand against them. The aspect's weapons still function in his hands, not because celestial power runs through them. It doesn't, not anymore, but because the weapons respond to the will of someone who refuses to stop. Atreus's mortal defiance has become, in its own way, a kind of power. Not divine power, something stubborner and in some ways more interesting than that. He opposes the aspects now, including the ones still present in Leona and Diana, not out of bitterness, but out of conviction. He has seen what the aspect's priorities look like from the inside. He knows that the cosmic agenda and the human cost are not always the same thing. And he has decided that mortal lives matter independently of whatever cosmic strategy the aspects are pursuing. He opposes the aspects now, including the ones still present in Leona and Diana, not out of bitterness, but out of conviction. He has seen what the aspect's priorities look like from the inside. He knows that the cosmic agenda and the human cost are not always the same thing. And he has decided that mortal lives matter independently of whatever cosmic strategy the aspects are pursuing. The weapons he carries, the aspect's spear and shield, are interesting objects in this context. They were designed to be instruments of divine will. They responded to the aspect's power because the aspect was the source of their energy. After the aspect was destroyed, they should have been inert, dead weight, decorative at best. They are not. They still function. Not quite the way they did when the aspect inhabited him. The power level is different. The celestial fire is gone. But they respond to Atreus's will, to his refusal, to whatever quality it is in him that made the mountain's visions unable to turn him back. The Rakor would say that a warrior's spirit has its own power, and that this is simply proof. The aspects would probably have a more complicated explanation. Atreus himself doesn't particularly care about the explanation. He just picks up the spear every morning and continues. There is something genuinely moving about that position. In a region defined by beings of impossible power, the most compelling figure might be the man who survived one and decided that was enough. Now we come to the being who exists entirely outside the Targon story's normal scale, the entity whose presence makes even the aspects look small. Aurelian Sol did not originate from Runeterra. He did not originate from anywhere near Runeterra. He is a being who was present at the beginning of the universe itself, not as an observer, but as a participant. He forges stars, not metaphorically. He creates new suns, populates the void of space with light and gravity and the possibility of planetary systems. He is, in terms of raw cosmological significance, among the most important beings in the League of Legends universe. He came to Runeterra because the aspects were paying so much attention to this particular small world. For a being who had been forging stars since the dawn of time, this kind of concentrated celestial interest was unusual enough to be curious about. He descended in the form of a vast dragon, because a vast dragon seemed like an appropriately scaled form for approaching a mortal world, and the early civilizations of Runeterra, who had never seen anything remotely like him, responded with the thing mortal civilizations respond with when they see something incomprehensible: worship. He was named Aurelion Sol, for the sun he had forged for this world, the sun that made life here possible. And the Targonians, overwhelmed with gratitude, said they had a gift for him. The crown was beautiful. It seemed from the outside like an appropriate token of appreciation, something ornamental, something symbolic of the esteem in which he was held. When it touched his head, it didn't come off. The crown was a trap, a specifically, elaborately designed magical binding that connected to the deepest knowledge Aurelion Sol possessed, the knowledge of how to create the sun that made Runeterra's life possible. The aspects pulled that knowledge from him through the crown, allowing them to guide the creation of Shurima's sun disk and everything that followed from it. And the crown bound him to Runeterra, prevented him from leaving, and established a direct command link. The aspects could compel him to act. Think about what that means for a moment. A being who forged suns, who populated the void of space with the raw material for solar systems, who was present when the first stars ignited in an empty universe. That being was now being ordered around by entities who, from his perspective, were roughly equivalent to someone who learned to use a lighter telling a volcano what to do. He has been enslaved since that moment, forced to close void rifts on Runeterra's behalf, forced to remain in proximity to a world he has come to actively dislike because of what was done to him there. The crown's magic periodically requires him to perform whatever task the aspects deem necessary, and he cannot refuse. What he can do is wait and plan and articulate with the thoroughness of someone who has had thousands of years to get the wording exactly right, precisely what he intends to do when the crown finally fails. The fragments of its binding magic have been falling to Runeterra like meteors, visible in the night sky, which is an omen the people at Targon's base have been interpreting with increasing anxiety. The crown is degrading. Its hold on him is weakening. The day he is free is approaching. His response to this situation combines several things: a fury so vast and so deep that it has been accumulating for thousands of years, an absolute certainty about what he plans to do when free, and a surprising wry humor about the whole thing that comes from the perspective of something that has seen too much of the cosmos to be genuinely destabilized even by captivity. He is furious and patient simultaneously, which is a combination that tends to be very dangerous when it finally resolves. He dislikes Runeterra. He dislikes the aspects. He dislikes the entire arrangement with a specificity and a fluency that suggests he has had a great deal of time to articulate it precisely. But there is one thing that has complicated his plans for spectacular revenge: Zoe. The aspect of twilight is different from the other aspects in ways that even the aspects themselves find difficult to explain. Where the aspect of the sun chose a warrior defined by conviction, and the aspect of the moon chose a scholar defined by the pursuit of truth, the aspect of twilight chose a child. Zoe was a Rakor girl, imaginative, mischievous, constantly in trouble with her teachers for not paying attention to things she found boring, which was most things. She was not training for war. She was not on a spiritual quest. She was skipping class. The aspect followed her escape from her teachers for about an hour, watching. Then it placed 6 items in front of her. She picked the only one that appeared to be completely useless, a toy ball, kicked it into a nearby building, and laughed as it bounced around her teachers. This was apparently exactly the right answer. Zoe became the aspect of twilight, the herald of change, the messenger who appears before major cosmic events to signal that something significant is approaching. Her mere presence in a region tends to produce unintended magical side effects. Reality near her is slightly more flexible than it should be. This is not malice. She doesn't intend the cataclysms that sometimes accompany her visits. It is simply that someone who embodies change, concentrated in mortal form, is inherently destabilizing to the fabric of things. She is genuinely, uncomplicatedly joyful most of the time. She experiences time differently than mortals do. She has blinked in and out of Runeterra over the centuries, and what feels like a brief absence to her has sometimes been hundreds of years in mortal time. She watched Mordekaiser's rise and fall from a distance. She witnessed the destruction of the Blessed Isles. She has context for things that most immortal beings don't have, but she carries it lightly, like everything else. Her relationship with Aurelion Sol is the sweetest detail in all of Targon's lore. Every other being in Runeterra, mortal and divine, treated him as either a threat to be managed or a resource to be used. Zoe visits him, talks to him, not in a manipulative way. She is incapable of sustained manipulation, having the attention span of someone whose idea of cosmic responsibility is picking the only useless item when given. A cosmic multiple choice test. She just finds him interesting and feels genuinely bad about what was done to him. He tolerates this, which from a being who intends to destroy Runeterra once he is free, is not nothing. Tarek, the gem, Knight of Targon. Tarek's story begins with a failure and ends with the kind of purpose that only comes from genuinely hitting bottom. He was born in Demacia, the kingdom of martial honor and anti-magic sentiment, and was, by Demacian standards, the wrong kind of soldier. Too gentle, too curious, too interested in the beauty of ruins and the color of the sky at dusk. He rose through the ranks anyway, on genuine ability, until he reached the elite dauntless vanguard and found himself under a code of conduct that required him to be more narrowly defined than he was capable of being. The catastrophe came when he abandoned his post to explore an ancient ruin nearby, just for a little while, and in his absence his sword captain and that officer's entire retinue were killed. By Demacian law, this was punishable by death. Garen Crownguard, who had become the Vanguard's new sword captain and who owed Tarek a friendship, commuted the sentence to exile. He climbed Mount Targon, not as a spiritual seeker, as someone who had nowhere else to go. He endured the visions. They showed him exactly what he had done, and exactly who was dead because of it, with the mountain's characteristic refusal to let you look away. He did not look away. He kept climbing. At the summit, the aspect of the Protector chose him, transformed him into the guardian of all life, love, and beauty in Runeterra, the being responsible for standing between the world and whatever comes to unmake it from the void or anywhere else. His magical power centers on healing, on protection, on making the people around him stronger. He is, in the cosmic economy of Targon's champions, the one whose purpose is most clearly and simply good. He is also in his personal warmth and his lack of interest in the region's internal political conflicts, one of the more quietly stabilizing presences around the mountain. He does not participate in the Solari-Lunari War. He does not take sides in the aspect's various disagreements. He guards the world. That is enough. Aphelios, the weapon of the faithful. Aphelios is the last active member of the Lunari, or one of the last, depending on where Diana's search leads, and his story is one of the most quietly devastating in the entire region. He and his twin sister Alune were born to the Lunari faith and raised within it during its most persecuted period. Their abilities are complementary and connected in a way that suggests something deeper than coincidence. Alune can channel the moon's power into a physical form, and Aphelios is the one who wields it. Together, they are a single weapon. She, the magical source, he, the physical expression. Before a key ritual that would give him access to 5 powerful moon weapons, Aphelios drank a poison called Alune, named after his sister, which is not a coincidence, that gives him access to greater celestial power at the cost of his ability to speak. He cannot talk. He communicates through his sister's voice, channeled from wherever she is during their separation, and through the language of his weapons and his actions. He carries 5 weapons simultaneously, cycling between them, each with a different elemental moon property, each requiring a different set of skills and a different tactical application. The mastery of 5 entirely different weapon forms would be extraordinary for any warrior. Aphelios does it in silence, alone, guided by a sister's voice from across a distance neither of them can close. His loneliness is immense. His devotion is complete. He is fighting for something he believes in, with someone he loves, in a way that makes it impossible for either of them to simply be together. Soraka, the Star Child. Soraka occupies a unique position in Targon's cosmology because she is not an aspect host. She is a celestial, a being whose nature is fundamentally cosmic in the way that Aurelian Souls is, though on a different scale and with entirely different values. She looked down at Runeterra from above for a long time, watching the mortals with the mild concern of a being that can see the whole pattern from a distance. From above, human chaos looked like noise. Up close, she descended, took mortal form, felt what it was to be cold and hungry and uncertain and capable of both extraordinary cruelty and extraordinary kindness. It looked entirely different. The chaos was not noise. It was the texture of a life being fully lived by beings that did not have the luxury of a cosmic perspective. She gave up her immortality, chose to remain in mortal form rather than return to the celestial realm, not because she was trapped, because she decided that the most useful thing she could do with the power she had was stay here, in the world, close to the people who needed what she could offer. She heals. That is her gift and her practice and her entire orientation toward the world. She has traveled across Runeterra for centuries, finding people who are hurt and helping them. She does not ask whether they deserve it. She has seen enough of the world to know that the question of who deserves mercy is less interesting than the fact that mercy, offered, tends to produce more of itself in the world. She lives now on the western peaks of Mount Targon, teaching healing to the Otrani Vastaya, who make those slopes their home. She is, among all of Targon's champions, the one whose purpose is most clearly oriented toward the individual rather than the cosmic, toward this specific person in pain rather than the abstract preservation of the world. Kyle and Morgana. The Judicator and the fallen Kyle and Morgana are twins born to a Targonian woman named Mihira, a mortal who had been chosen as a host by the aspect of justice, and a Dalmatian man named Kilam. Their birth was complicated by the aspect's presence. Mihira had the power of celestial justice within her, which at the moment of birth transferred to her daughters, not to one of them, to both of them, split down the middle in ways that neither of them fully chose. Kyle received justice's more martial, punishing aspect, the part that sees the world in terms of law and violation, that is drawn toward the clarity of absolute standards applied without exception. She is methodical, exacting, and increasingly cold over millennia of applying divine justice to a world that is not always clear-cut. Morgana received the mercy, the part of justice that asks not only whether something was wrong, but why, that insists on context, that refuses to condemn without understanding. She is warmer, but carries a grief that Kale does not, because mercy in a world full of pain is its own kind of burden. They disagree profoundly, consistently, in ways that have put them at cross purposes for thousands of years, about what justice actually means, whether the law is justice or whether mercy is, whether absolutes serve the world or damage it. Neither of them is entirely wrong, and neither of them is entirely right. Kale has gone to Targon Prime to find answers about their mother, whose final fate remains unclear. What she finds there will likely change her understanding of what she is and what she was built for. Targon is at a crossroads that the mountain has been building toward for a long time. Multiple aspect hosts are active simultaneously, something that is apparently extremely unusual. Leona, Diana, and Pantheon's resurrection as his mortal self with the aspect's weapons, plus the aspect of Twilight's return in Zoe, constitute more active aspect presence in Runeterra than has been seen in recent history. The people at the mountain's base interpret this as a sign that something large is coming. They are probably right. The Solari-Lunari conflict is not resolved. Leona and Diana are moving toward each other rather than simply staying in opposition, but the institutions they each represent still carry deep and old wounds. Aphelios is searching for the remnants of the Lunari. Leona is following. The question of whether that search ends in another war or in something better is genuinely open. Aurelian Sol's crown is weakening. The fragments of his binding magic have been falling to Runeterra like meteors, and his attention has been focused on Runeterra with increasing intensity as he feels the constraint begin to slip. What happens when it finally fails is one of the most significant unresolved questions in all of Runeterra's lore. A being of star-forging power with thousands of years of legitimate grievance, finally free to act. Zoe is watching all of it. She has seen things like this before in the long centuries of her existence. Major upheaval, she says, tends to announce itself in exactly this kind of clustering of omens. Whether what is coming is destruction or transformation or both simultaneously, she doesn't say. She just watches and smiles and throws her toy ball at the building. The fire is burning lower now. The stars outside are the same ones that watched Atreus climb the mountain alone after losing everything. The same ones that watched Diana come back down transformed and furious. The same ones that Aurelion's soul forged in a time so distant it barely registers as the same continuum. Targon asks a question that the mountain's impossible scale seems to insist on. How do you maintain your humanity when something cosmic is involved? Every champion from this region faces a version of that question. Leona received divine fire and kept her faith but lost her friend. Diana found the truth she was looking for and lost the community she had. Atreus lost his aspect and found himself. Tarek failed and climbed and became what the failure made room for. Aphelios sacrificed his voice for a belief he doesn't question. Soraka gave up immortality to be close to people who hurt. Aurelian Sol was tricked and waits with the patience of something that made the sun. None of these are simple stories. The mountain doesn't produce simple stories. It strips away everything that isn't essential, and then it asks, what are you without all of that? The answers are different for everyone. That's what makes the stars worth watching. Sleep well, wanderer. The mountain will still be there in the morning. Most people, when they think of Noxus, think of one thing: conquest. And they are not wrong. Noxus is the most powerful empire on the continent of Valoran in the world of Runeterra. It has been expanding its borders for nearly 1,000 years. It has fought wars with Demacia, Ionia, the Freljord, Shurima, and dozens of smaller nations and city-states that most people have never heard of. Its armies march under a banner of red and black, and where those armies go, the old order tends to stop existing. From the outside, Noxus looks like a very simple thing: a hungry empire, a boot on the neck of the world. But Noxus is not a simple thing, and that, more than anything else, is what makes it one of the most fascinating places in the entire League of Legends universe. Here's the thing that surprises most people when they really look at Noxus. It's one of the most meritocratic societies in all of Runeterra. That word, meritocratic, means that what you achieve matters more than where you came from. Your bloodline doesn't determine your ceiling. Your family name doesn't open or close doors. What determines your position in Noxian society is what you can do, how strong you are, how clever, how useful, how capable of contributing to the Empire's strength in whatever form that takes. Because strength in Noxus doesn't only mean swinging a sword. A blacksmith who forges better armor than anyone else is strong. A merchant who outmaneuvers every competitor is strong. A healer who saves soldiers that would otherwise die is strong. A mage, an engineer, a spy, a commander, all of these are expressions of strength that Noxus recognizes and rewards. Anyone, from anywhere, of any background, can rise as high as their abilities will carry them, which is deeply at odds with the image the rest of Runeterra has of Noxus as a place of pure, barbaric brutality. The truth is more complicated, and therefore more interesting. The Noxian philosophy can be summarized in 3 principles: might, vision, and guile. These aren't just political slogans. They're the actual framework through which Noxus governs itself in the present day. Every citizen knows them, every soldier fights for them, every politician schemes within them. Might is the most obvious one. Physical strength, military power, the ability to take and hold ground. This is the face Noxus shows the world. Vision is subtler. The ability to see clearly, to understand the strategic picture, to know not just what is happening, but why and what should happen next. Jericho Swain embodies this principle, and we'll spend a lot of time with him later. And guile, the art of getting what you need through intelligence, deception, patience, and manipulation. The ability to win without ever drawing a sword. The third seat of Noxus's ruling council is called the Faceless, its occupant unknown even to most of the Empire, and this anonymity is itself an expression of guile, fear what you cannot see. These 3 principles, combined, are how Noxus believes the world should work. And for nearly 1,000 years, they've been proving their point. Now, to understand how Noxus got here, how a collection of wandering tribes became the most powerful empire on the continent, we need to go back to the very beginning. And the very beginning of Noxus begins with a dead man who refused to stay dead, long before Noxus existed, long before Demacia was a kingdom, long before the nations of the present day had names. The continent of Valoran was in chaos. The Great Darken War had just ended. The Darken, ancient fallen warriors who had poured their souls into their weapons and become something no longer entirely human, had spent years laying waste to everything they touched. When that war finally ground to a halt, it left Runeterra devastated. Resources were scarce, communities were broken, and into that vacuum, as always happens, someone moved, a coven of sorcerers drawn together by ambition and the promise of power, made a decision that would change the course of history. They had found a way to reach across the boundary between the living world and whatever lies beyond it, and they had found something there, a soul, ancient, powerful, and furious. They called it back. What returned was not what they expected. The soul they summoned had been a conqueror in life, a mortal warlord of extraordinary ability who had once tried to build an empire spanning all of Runeterra. In death, he had found his faith in an afterlife rewarded with nothing. The paradise he believed in did not exist. There was only gray emptiness, and within it, rage. He could no longer be bound by his old name. He was something new now, something harder. The Noxians, who would eventually tell this story, called him Mordekaiser, the Iron Revenant, and when he returned to the world of the living, he killed the sorcerers who had summoned him immediately, not out of cruelty, simply because he had no more use for them. Mordekaiser's second period of existence was different from his first. He no longer cared about conquering the living world in the conventional sense. He had a new goal. He wanted to build a kingdom of the dead, a true afterlife, not the gray nothing he had experienced, but something real and permanent and entirely his own. To accomplish this, he needed power. Magical power specifically, the kind that came from understanding the deepest secrets of life and death. So he began to accumulate arcane knowledge the way other conquerors accumulate territory. He raised a fortress at the center of what would become the Noxian homeland, the Immortal Bastion, a vast, impossibly strong structure of dark stone filled with magical secrets, sitting at the heart of the continent like a dark star. He gathered those willing to serve him, built armies from the souls of the dead, and slowly, methodically, started constructing the foundation of his death kingdom, Shafti. Nomadic tribes of the region, the Noxi, found themselves living in Mordekaiser's shadow, raiding and surviving on the edges of his power. They hated him, they feared him, and they waited. The person who changed everything was not a warrior. She was a pale sorceress, and she was the most dangerous member of Mordekaiser's own inner circle. History would eventually know her as LeBlanc, though that name itself is likely a fiction, one of dozens of identities she has worn over the centuries. Her origins are completely obscured, even to those who have tried hardest to find them. What is known is that at some point, she became trusted enough to be near the center of Mordekaiser's power, and from that position of trust, she began to plan his destruction. Mordekaiser's greatest vulnerability was his connection to the Immortal Bastion itself, specifically to something within it called the Well of Souls, a reservoir of death magic that was the source of his nearly limitless power. At the right moment, cutting Mordekaiser off from the Well of Souls, his power faltered, and the Noxi tribes, watching for exactly this kind of opportunity, stormed the Immortal Bastion while he was weakened. They killed him, or they drove him from the physical world, which amounted to the same thing for the purposes of the living. Mordekaiser's soul returned to the gray emptiness, this time dragging with it every soul he had bound to his will during his second reign. His death, kingdom in progress, became his prison. The Noxi tribes stood inside the greatest fortress on the continent, and they realized something. They could stay. This is year 0 of the Noxian calendar. The moment the tribes stepped out of the Immortal Bastion after the wars were finished, looked at the devastated landscape around them, and made a collective decision. They were done being separate, done being raiders living at the edge of someone else's power. The world had been shattered by the Darken War and by Mordekaiser's reign, and if they were going to survive in it, they were going to need to build something. They called themselves Noxus. The Immortal Bastion became their capital. The philosophy of strength, earned, not inherited, became their creed. And almost immediately, the same problem presented itself that has driven every expansion in Noxian history since. The land around them was barren. The Darken War and Mordekaiser's reign had stripped the surrounding territory of nearly everything useful. To survive, Noxus had to expand. And so it did. Here's a secret that Noxus has been carrying since the very first day of its existence. LeBlanc didn't betray Mordekaiser out of idealism. She didn't do it because she wanted to free the Noxi tribes. She did it because she wanted the Immortal Bastion secrets for herself. When The tribes moved in. They found a fortress. LeBlanc found a library. And in that library were arcane secrets that had been accumulating since Mordekaiser's first age of conquest. Knowledge about life, death, magic, and the spaces between them that no one alive in Runeterra possessed. She founded the Black Rose. On the surface, the Black Rose is a secret society of mages, noble patrons, and influential figures operating within Noxian society. In reality, it is LeBlanc's personal instrument of power, a network of eyes, ears, and hands extending through every level of Noxian culture, steering the empire toward outcomes she has decided upon, usually before anyone else knows there was a decision to be made. She has been doing this for nearly 1,000 years. Think about what that means. Every emperor Noxus has had, and there have been many, has governed in the shadow of a woman who was already ancient when the empire was founded. Every war, every political upheaval, every dynasty that rose and fell, LeBlanc has been watching, influencing, occasionally engineering. Not always overtly, not always in obvious ways. She is, after all, the embodiment of guile. Her stated goal, to the extent she has ever stated one, is to prepare Noxus for Mordekaiser's inevitable return. She knows, in a way that most people don't, that Mordekaiser is not gone. He is simply waiting. And when he finds a way back to the physical world, she intends to be ready for him. Whether that justifies everything she has done in the meantime is a question the lore deliberately leaves open. The Black Rose's most significant long-term manipulation was the most recent one, the reign of Borum Darkwill. Darkwill was Noxus's last emperor before the current system of government. He was a man of personal ambition but limited vision, not a bad commander in his youth, but as he aged, he became increasingly obsessed with a single goal: immortality. He did not want to die. He wanted to reign forever. And the Black Rose, sensing opportunity in his desperation, was right there to help. Under Darkwill's rule, Noxus launched an invasion of Ionia, the island nation to the east, known for its deep connection to magic and its philosophy of spiritual harmony. The official reason for the invasion was strategic value and resources. The real reason, driven by Black Rose influence, was that somewhere in Ionia might be the key to Darkwill's immortality. Magical artifacts, spiritual secrets, whatever it took. The Ionian invasion was, by Noxian standards, a catastrophe, and it was from that catastrophe that Noxus's current era was born. Noxus invaded Ionia expecting it to fall quickly. Ionia was not a military power in the conventional sense. It had no standing professional army, no warmisons or legions or siege corps. It had farmers and monks and artists and scholars and mages who mostly just wanted to be left alone. What Noxus discovered is that wanting very badly to be dragged on for years. The Ionian dragged on for years. The Ionian resistance, disorganized at first, then increasingly coordinated, proved far more difficult to crush than anyone had predicted. Villages that were supposed to be easy to hold became guerrilla warrens. Spiritual mages who had never fought a day in their lives turned out to be devastating in combat when they were fighting for their homes. The turning point was the Battle of the Placidium of Navori. Noxian General Jericho Swain, at this point still a rising military commander, not yet the visionary he would become, had captured the Placidium, an important spiritual site in Ionia's Navori province. It seemed like a victory. It wasn't. A young Ionian woman named Irlaia had watched her homeland invaded and her people killed. She took up the mantle of the Ionian resistance, gathering fighters and channeling a power she barely understood. At the Placidium, she led a counterattack that drove the Noxian forces back, and in the process, cut off Swain's arm. Swain was recalled to Noxus, disgraced by the failure, discharged from the army he had served his entire life. He disappeared from public view. But while he was gone from sight, he was not idle. Jericho Swain is one of the most interesting figures in all of Runeterra's lore. He is not a hero. He's not a villain in any simple sense. He's a man who sees further and more clearly than almost anyone alive, and who has decided that the clarity of his vision justifies the methods he uses to act on it. While wandering after his disgrace, Swain found something in the depths of the immortal bastion that no one else knew was there. A demon. Ancient, imprisoned, feeding on the secrets it had absorbed over centuries of proximity to Mordekaiser's arcane library. The demon's name was Raum, and Raum had spent an eternity watching Noxian emperors come and go and understanding, in the way only an immortal observer can, exactly how the empire worked and exactly where it was failing. Swain made a deal with Raum. He absorbed the demon's power into himself, gaining abilities that went beyond any conventional magic, the ability to see through the demon's vast experience and accumulated knowledge, and a restored arm in place of the one Iralia had taken. And in exchange, Raum got something it had always wanted, a body in the world, an agent with the will and intelligence to act. Swain returned to Noxus with a plan. Over years of careful preparation, he built alliances. He gathered support from people who shared his disgust at Darkwill's weak and self-serving rule. And on a single night, with the help of allies including Draven and the legendary General Dooku To, he walked into the capital and removed Darkwill from power permanently. The nobles who supported Darkwill and expected revenge were given death sentences. One who tried to flee the arena was cut down by Draven in front of a cheering crowd, which both demonstrated the New Order's ruthlessness and, in purely Noxian terms, proved it deserved to be in charge. Swain did not make himself emperor. Instead, he created the Trifarix. The Trifarix is the current governing structure of Noxus, 3 leaders, each embodying one of the 3 principles of strength. Swain himself holds the seat of vision. He is the strategic mind, the long-term thinker, the person who understands not just what Noxus is doing, but what it should be doing 50 years from now. Darius holds the seat of might. He is the fist of the Empire, the military commander whose personal strength is nearly unmatched and whose loyalty to what Noxus represents, rather than to any individual ruler, has survived every political upheaval the Empire has experienced. And the third seat, the seat of guile, is held by the Faceless, an anonymous figure whose identity is unknown to the public and even to many within the government. Some suspect it is LeBlanc. Swain denies this, and given that the Black Rose views Swain as an enemy to be eventually eliminated, it seems unlikely. But the mystery is itself a Noxian weapon. The Empire tells you there is a master of secrets watching from the shadows without telling you who or where. That is guile. The city of Noxus, Noxus Prime, is not a beautiful city in the way that Piltover is beautiful, or Ixaoken, or the Blessed Isles were before they were cursed. It is not designed to be admired. It is designed to endure. The immortal bastion sits at its heart, Mordekaiser's original fortress, now the seat of government and the symbolic center of the Empire. Centuries of construction have built up around it, streets that twist and narrow deliberately, designed to frustrate any invading force that managed to breach the outer walls, flat crenellated rooftops functioning as secondary. Battlements. Districts layered on top of older districts, so that parts of the original city now lie underground, accessible only through gated passages that locals know and outsiders don't. The city is old in a way that is felt rather than seen. Walls that have been rebuilt 7 times still carry traces of the original stone. Streets that were once open plazas are now enclosed by centuries of construction on all sides. The immortal bastion itself has been raised and reconstructed in sections so many times that archaeologists aren't sure which parts date back to Mordekaiser's era and which parts are merely old. One of the most important cultural institutions in Noxus Prime is the Reckoning, the arena system. Reckonings are public combat events, structured fights in large arenas where fighters, known as Reckoners, demonstrate strength, skill, and courage before crowds of thousands. They can be organized between volunteers, between nobles settling disputes, between soldiers proving their worth, or between condemned criminals given the chance to earn their freedom. Crucially, reckonings are not universally to the death. This is a misconception that outsiders often carry. The most celebrated reckoners fight again and again over years, building reputations that transcend their victories. The crowd is as much a part of the institution as the fighters. Noxians take their reckonings seriously, with passionate followings for favorite fighters and complex social politics around which Reckoner represents which values. Draven turned the reckoning into his personal theater. He understood better than anyone that the crowd doesn't just want victory, they want spectacle. A beautiful kill, performed with style, is worth more to a reckoning crowd than a clean, efficient one. And Draven, with his spinning axes and his absolute confidence in his own brilliance, gave them spectacle on a scale no one had seen before. He became the most famous reckoner in the Empire's history. And he did it, characteristically, by making every fight about himself rather than about the fight. Outside the capital, the Noxian Empire is vast and varied. Conquered territories are governed by stewards, appointed officials who report to the Tripharics but have significant local authority. The Empire's approach to conquered people is complicated and often contradictory. On one hand, Noxus is genuinely more inclusive than most comparable empires in history. Conquered people can rise within the Empire's structure. A child born in a region that Noxus absorbed 3 generations ago is Noxian. Full stop. Their background is their background. It doesn't limit them. On the other hand, what those regions looked like before Noxus arrived matters very little to the Empire. Local cultures are tolerated where they are useful, dismissed where they are not. Some stewards are thoughtful administrators who try to integrate their territories with care. Others are purely extraction-focused, interested in what the land can provide and nothing else. This inconsistency is itself a Noxian truth. The Empire's meritocracy applies to individual people, not to cultures or traditions. What Noxus values is what individuals can do. What was there before Noxus arrived is, at best, a resource to be managed. Noxus has one of the largest champion rosters in the League of Legends universe, and more importantly, those champions collectively tell the story of the Empire from almost every possible angle. Generals and orphans, assassins and monsters, soldiers who believed, and soldiers who broke. Let's meet them. Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Darius didn't grow up in the Empire's elite. He grew up on the streets of Basilish, a port city that Noxus had conquered but not yet fully absorbed, as an orphan fighting for survival alongside his younger brother Draven. When a Noxian commander named Cyrus conquered Basilish, he saw something in the pair of them, not potential in a soft sense, raw, survivable steel. He inducted them into his war host, and Darius began the career that would eventually define him. He rose through every rank through exactly what Noxus claims to reward: merit. He was better than almost everyone he served with, and when he was better, he was promoted. And when he was promoted, he became better still. By the time he was a mature commander, he was known by a single word throughout the Empire: the Hand of Noxus, the instrument by which the Empire reaches out and reshapes the world. His personal weapon, the enormous axe he carries, is not just intimidating. In Noxian symbolic language, it represents the ability to cleave through whatever stands between Noxus and its goals. Darius has spent his career proving the symbol accurate. He is not cruel for the sake of cruelty. He is not interested in suffering as its own reward. What he is deeply committed to is Noxus, not the politics of Noxus, not the nobles of Noxus, not any specific emperor, but the idea of Noxus, the principle that strength is earned and that those who demonstrate it deserve to lead. When Swain created the Tripharics, Darius became might without hesitation, not because he was given the position, but because he recognized in Swain someone with a clarity of vision that Noxus genuinely needed. He follows Swain the same way he follows Noxus, not out of personal loyalty, but out of genuine belief that this is the right direction. That distinction between following a person and following a principle is probably the most important thing about Darius. Draven, the glorious executioner. Draven is Darius's younger brother, and on the surface, the contrast between them is almost comedic. Darius is all gravity and purpose. Draven is all chaos and self-satisfaction. But Draven is not a joke. He is, in his own way, a perfect expression of a certain kind of Noxian truth. That style is a form of power, that the crowd's love is real currency, and that someone who can consistently deliver what people want to see is valuable in ways that a purely functional fighter never is. He started as a soldier the same way Darius did. He was good at fighting, just as Darius was good at fighting. But where Darius found meaning and discipline in service, Draven found meaning in being watched. He wanted to be seen. He wanted the roar of a crowd responding to something he'd done. He found his calling in the reckonings. As a prison warden overseeing reckoning fights, he began participating himself, not because he was ordered to, but because he couldn't help it. He was better than the fighters, and more importantly, he understood better than the fighters that the arena is theater. He developed his signature style, the spinning axes, the theatrical entrances, the running commentary on his own brilliance delivered with complete conviction. The crowd went insane for him. Draven became famous in a way that only a handful of people in Noxian history had. Managed, famous in the same way that great athletes or performers are famous, where people who have never seen him fight know his name and have opinions about him. He turned his personality into power. He still fights in military campaigns when the mood takes him. He helped Swain during the coup against Darkwill. He is, when he chooses to be, genuinely dangerous in ways that go beyond performance. But primarily, Draven is a reminder that Noxus's meritocracy includes the merit of making people care about you. Swain, the grand strategist. We've already talked about Swain's story in broad strokes, but he deserves his own moment here, because Jericho Swain is genuinely one of the most fascinating characters in all of League of Legends lore. He is a man who has taken a demon into himself, not as a loss of control, not as a possession, but as a deliberate choice, and uses that demon's millennia of accumulated knowledge as a tactical resource. He consults it, argues with it, draws on its experience of watching Noxian history from the inside. And in doing so, he has become someone who sees the political landscape of Runeterra with a clarity that borders on supernatural. He is not kind. He is not warm. He doesn't inspire the kind of love that some leaders inspire. What he inspires is respect. The cold, uncomfortable respect you feel for someone who is clearly smarter than you and is clearly thinking several moves further ahead than everyone else in the room. His one obsession, beyond the health and direction of Noxus, is Mordekaiser. He knows the Iron Revenant will return eventually. He has been preparing for that return in ways that no one else even acknowledges as necessary, because most of Noxus is content to believe Mordekaiser is a legend rather than a threat waiting to re-emerge. Swain is not content to believe anything he hasn't verified. Katarina, the sinister blade. Katarina du Couteau is the daughter of one of the most powerful military families in Noxian history. Her father, General du Couteau, who helped Swain during the coup, was a demanding, exacting man who pushed Katarina from childhood into becoming the perfect weapon. She complied, not resentfully, but with the total commitment of someone who has decided that excellence is the only acceptable state. She trained constantly, not just in combat, but in the adjacent disciplines: poison, strategy, patience, reading people. Her father was hard to impress. She made impressing him the organizing principle of her early life. She became one of the finest assassins Noxus has ever produced. She is fast beyond what should be physically possible, efficient to a degree that feels almost philosophical. She doesn't waste movement, doesn't waste energy, doesn't waste anything. A Katarina assassination isn't dramatic. It's just over. Her relationship with her father is complicated. He vanished under mysterious circumstances, one of many loose threads in Noxian. Politics, and Katarina has been quietly, persistently investigating it ever since, in between her active service to the Empire. It's a rare expression of personal motivation in a woman who otherwise seems to exist purely as function. Her younger sister is Cassiopeia. They are very different people who came from the same place and made very different choices about what to do with it. Cassiopeia, the serpent's embrace. Cassiopeia was the younger Dukuto daughter, and where Katarina channeled her ambition through physical mastery, Cassiopeia went another direction. Political intelligence. She was brilliant at reading people, at understanding what they wanted and how to use it, at navigating the complex social terrain of Noxian noble politics. The Black Rose noticed her potential. And in Shurima, where she had been sent as part of a diplomatic mission, she found a tomb. An ancient Shuriman tomb with serpentine protections that had been waiting for thousands of years. She went inside anyway, because curiosity and ambition together are a dangerous combination, and Cassiopeia had both in abundance. The curse took her. She emerged from the tomb transformed, her lower body replaced by a serpentine form, her nature fundamentally altered. She can now project petrifying venom, move with a speed and fluidity that no human body can match, and wields poison as naturally as she once wielded conversation. She is still herself. That's the part that makes her interesting. She didn't lose her mind or her intelligence or her ambition. She adapted. The form changed. The woman inside it is recognizably the same person who walked into that tomb, just with different tools and a rather significant grudge against whoever designed those traps. Riven. The exile Riven story is one of the most emotionally resonant in all of Noxian lore, because it is about what happens when someone believes completely in something, and then that something betrays them in the worst. Matters. That what you do matters more matters. That what you do matters more than where you came from. That there is honor in serving something larger than yourself. She enlisted, she excelled, and she was given command of a small unit. Then, Noxus invaded Ionia, and someone in the Noxian military, someone Riven believed was on her side, armed her unit with a weapon she didn't fully understand. A chemical weapon developed by a man named Singed. During a battle it was deployed, and it killed her entire unit. Noxian soldiers, killed by Noxian weapons, in a war that Riven had believed was being fought with honor. She broke her sword. Not as a dramatic gesture, she broke it because she couldn't hold it anymore. Because the thing she had believed in had turned out to be something she didn't recognize, and she didn't know what to do with the part of herself that had been built entirely around that belief. She became an exile, wandering, trying to figure out who she is without the thing that defined her. Her shattered sword, pieces of blade that she still carries, still fights with, is one of the most powerful symbols in League of Legends lore. It's the remains of something that mattered, carried because throwing it away entirely isn't something she's ready to do. Riven isn't a villain. She's someone trying to figure out if she still believes in anything, after the thing she believed in turned out to be complicated. Talon, the blade's shadow. Talon was a street child, a thief and a survivor in the underground of Noxus's cities. He had a talent for violence that was raw and instinctive, not trained, not disciplined. He killed a man who attacked him at a young age in a way that drew attention from General Dukuto, who recognized in that violence something that could be shaped. Dukuto adopted him. Not exactly into the family. Talon isn't a Dukuto by blood or legal recognition, but into service, into training, into the deep craft of assassination that the Dukuto family had been perfecting for generations. He became, eventually, the best. Better than Katarina in raw potential, though they are different kinds of fighters. Talon is quieter, darker, less interested in the social dimensions of Noxian life, and more interested in the work itself. He doesn't fight for the Empire in any abstract sense. He fights for Dukuto, and for the mystery of what happened to the man who shaped him. He and Katarina are searching for the same thing, more or less, and finding the answer, whatever it is, will likely change both of them. Vladimir, the Crimson Reaper. Vladimir is ancient, genuinely ancient. His exact age is unclear, but estimates range from over 1,000 years old, placing his birth somewhere in the early period of Noxian history, possibly even before it. He practices hemomancy, the magic of blood, which he uses to sustain his own life indefinitely while drawing on the vitality of others. He is affiliated with the Black Rose, and LeBlanc has cultivated him as an asset for centuries. Vladimir's blood magic is uniquely useful for certain things the Black Rose needs done, including, most significantly, his role in the resurrection of Sion. He is not a soldier. He is barely a citizen in any meaningful sense. He exists within Noxian society the way a very old, very powerful predator might coexist with a city. Present, occasionally useful, ultimately not bound by the same rules as everyone else. He will outlast Swain and Darius and the Trifarics. He has outlasted empires before. Noxus is, to him, simply the current arrangement of things. His relationship with LeBlanc is complex. He serves her interests when they align with his own, and he distrusts her at the same level she distrusts everyone. Two immortals who have been navigating each other for centuries, each perpetually calculating whether the other is more useful as an ally or a threat. LeBlanc, the Pale Sorceress. We have discussed LeBlanc throughout this video because her influence runs through all of Noxian history. But a few things specifically about her are worth dwelling on. She is a shapeshifter, not in the way Nico is, through natural mystical ability, but through mastery of illusion magic so deep that she can maintain false forms indefinitely, can create duplicates of herself indistinguishable from the original, and has quite possibly been presenting different faces to the world for so long that even she has lost track of which one started as real. She founded the Black Rose originally to pursue Mordekaiser's arcane secrets and prepare for his return. Over centuries, it has become her entire civilization, a secret civilization that runs parallel to Noxus, hidden within it, shaping it. Every emperor and now every Trifarix member governs within a context that LeBlanc has at least partially constructed. She doesn't want to rule Noxus openly. Open rule requires accountability, and accountability is a weakness. What she wants is what she has always had, the ability to shape outcomes without being visible, to pull strings from behind a curtain that no one can quite confirm exists. She is, in her way, the truest expression of Noxian guile that has ever existed. Mordekaiser, the Iron Revenant. And then there's the shadow behind all of it. Mordekaiser is not currently in the world. He is in his own constructed afterlife realm, the one he finally succeeded in building after his second death, surrounded by the souls he has collected over 2 lifetimes of conquest. He rules there as an emperor of the dead, still expanding his domain, still accumulating power. But Mordekaiser is patient in a way that only the truly ancient can be. He does not rage against his imprisonment the way lesser souls might. He waits. He plans. He has been learning in the afterlife things about death and power that no living creature has had access to. He will return. The question of when is the only thing in Noxian politics that Swain thinks about more than anything else. And when it happens, it will not be the return of something defeated. It will be the return of something that has had centuries to prepare. Sion, the undead juggernaut. Sion was a Noxian warlord from the ancient era, not Mordekaiser's time, but the early period of the empire when Noxus was establishing itself against Demacia. He was a giant of a man, impossibly strong, defined by a single ambition, to bring Demacia low. His most famous moment was not a victory in a conventional sense. He fought through wave after wave of Demacian forces at the gates of their capital, took wounds that would have killed any normal man 3 times over, and died strangling the Demacian king to death with his bare hands. Noxus made him a legend. The story of Sion is told to every Noxian child, not as a tragedy, but as proof. Proof that what Noxus believes is true, that those who earn their place through strength are worthy, and that death itself is not a sufficient reason to stop fighting. Centuries later, Vladimir resurrected him. Using blood magic and the sacrificed lives of Noxian soldiers, he was brought back, not as himself, but as a colossal undead weapon, a body without a complete mind, driven by war instinct and barely contained violent energy. Sion doesn't think in the present, he fights. When he can be aimed, he's the most destructive physical force in the Noxian arsenal. When he can't be aimed, he's a problem. The Noxian military considers this an acceptable trade-off. The Noxian Empire, in the current lore, is at a genuine crossroads. Swain's Trifarix represents a real break from the old way of doing things. The emperors who came before, including Darkwill, who was essentially a Black Rose puppet, governed for personal benefit and private obsession. Swain governs for the Empire as a concept, which is both more admirable and more dangerous, because someone who believes completely in the justice of what they're doing is much harder to stop than someone merely selfish. Noxus's borders are still expanding. Ionia remains a wound in the Empire's pride. Some territories still occupied, the war never quite fully resolved, the memory of the atrocities committed under Darkwill a festering complication. Swain ended the worst of it and pulled back some forces, but some is not all, and Ionia has not forgotten. Demacia remains the ancient rival, the counterpart that Noxus measures itself against, the opponent that has shaped Noxian identity as much as any internal development. The war with Demacia has never truly ended. It simply pauses sometimes. And somewhere deep beneath the immortal bastion, in a realm of gray and shadow, the Iron Revenant is waiting. Noxus asks a question that doesn't have a comfortable answer. What if the frightening thing is also, in some ways, right? Because Noxus is frightening. Its expansionism has caused tremendous suffering. Its philosophy of strength, taken to its logical extreme, is brutal and unforgiving. The people it conquers don't always get a vote on whether they want to be conquered, regardless of how inclusive the Empire becomes afterward. But the philosophy itself, that anyone can rise, that what you do matters more than who you were born as, that strength takes many forms and all of them deserve respect, is not obviously wrong. It is, in some ways, more honest about how the world actually works than the polished idealism of empires that believe they are purely good. Noxus is the empire that looks you in the eye and tells you exactly what it is. And somehow, that honesty makes it more unsettling, not less. The champions who emerged from it, Darius, Swain, Katarina, Draven, Riven, Talon, Vladimir, Cassiopeia, LeBlanc, Sion, Mordekaiser, each carry a piece of that question. What does strength actually mean? What is it worth? What do you become when you build your entire life around it? The answers are different for every one of them, and that's why Noxus, 1,000 years into its history and still expanding, is still one of the most compelling stories being told in any game universe anywhere. The Empire endures. Thank you for spending this time with Noxus. If you want to go deeper, the short stories Trifarian Solution, The Principles of Strength, and Blood of Noxus are all excellent starting points. Swain's and Darius's individual lore pages on the League of Legends Universe site are among the most detailed in the entire game. More regions are coming. Until then, rest well. Somewhere in the eastern reaches of the continent of Shurima, past the vast golden deserts and the crumbling ruins of a forgotten empire, the land changes. The sand gives way to soil. The heat becomes wet and heavy. The air fills with the sound of insects and distant rivers, and then, almost without warning, the jungle swallows everything whole. Trees as old as civilizations stretch their canopies so high they block out the sky. Roots the size of walls thread through the earth like sleeping serpents. Flowers bloom in colors that have no names in any known language, and deep within all of it, hidden so completely that most of the world doesn't even believe it exists, there is a nation. Welcome to Ixtal. If you've spent any time in the lore of Runeterra, you've probably heard Ixtal mentioned in passing. A champion's origin, a footnote in someone else's story. But Ixtal deserves so much more than a footnote, because this is one of the oldest, most sophisticated, and most quietly fascinating places in the entire world. And today we're going to explore every corner of it. We'll start at the very beginning, long before the city of Ixaoken was built, before the Yuntal ever took their seats of power, before any of the champions we know were ever born. We'll follow the ancient people who became the Ixtali, walk with them through the catastrophes that shaped their worldview, and end up in the present day. where the jungle kingdom is facing its biggest challenge in thousands of years, the outside world finally knocking at the door. There's a lot of ground to cover, so settle in. The jungle isn't going anywhere. To understand Ixtal, you first have to understand something about the ancient world of Runeterra. Thousands and thousands of years ago, so far back that no written record survives, only fragments of memory passed down through ritual and magic, there was a great migration. Scholars call it the Western Diaspora, a vast movement of people, flowing outward from some origin point lost to time, spreading across the continent and beyond. These early travelers were the ancestors of many of the civilizations we know today. They became the Buhru, the seafaring people of the coastal isles. They became the first ascetics who climbed the peaks of Targon and gazed into the stars. They helped shape the earliest foundations of what would one day be the Blessed Isles, and they played a significant role in the creation of the very first Ascended, those sun-touched warriors who would eventually become both the guardians and the conquerors of Shurima. Among all these branching paths, one group went east. They followed the rivers into the dense jungles, and there, in the heat and the green, they put down roots. These were the ancestors of the Ixtali. From the very beginning, the Ixtali had something special, a gift, or perhaps more accurately, a discipline. They could feel the elements of the material world, not in a vague, spiritual sense, but with extraordinary precision. They understood that the world was made of forces, earth, water, fire, air, and countless variations and expressions thereof, and that these forces could be studied, learned, and mastered. They called this understanding the axiomata, the elemental axioms, a vast body of knowledge covering more than 100 distinct types of elemental magic, each one governed by its own rules, its own principles, its own demands on the practitioner. Learning an axiom wasn't like learning a spell. It was more like learning a language, or better yet, like learning to listen to a conversation that had always been happening around you, one you simply hadn't had the ears to hear before. The Ixtali were very, very good at listening. As their settlements grew and their mastery of elemental magic deepened, Ixtal became a genuine power on the continent. When the Shurima Empire was in its golden age, that grand civilization stretching across the desert, reaching for the sun itself, Ixtal was one of the first independent nations to voluntarily join it. Not because they were conquered, because they chose to. They were valued partners, respected mages. Scholars from across the known world came to Ixtal to study. Even the great Zillion, the Chrono Keeper, once traveled to Ixaokan to study under the elemental masters there. The Ixtali were woven into the fabric of the ancient world, but then the world started to fall apart. The fall of Icathia changed everything. Icathia was a proud city-state that had grown tired of Shuriman rule. In a desperate bid for freedom, its leaders unleashed something they didn't fully understand, a crack in the fabric of reality itself. The void poured through. What came out of Icathia was not an army, it was dissolution, a hunger that consumed everything it touched, matter and magic alike. The void doesn't conquer, it erases. The Ixtali ascended Nezuk was one of the most powerful elemental mages in history, a figure of almost incomprehensible magical ability. And when the void began creeping toward Ixtal's jungles, he responded the only way he knew how, by building a weapon. Nezuk constructed the monolith, a floating fortress of living stone as large as a city, an expression of elemental power on a scale that had never been attempted before. His plan was to carry the fight directly to the point of the void's entry and destroy it at the source. The battle that followed was catastrophic. The monolith did what it was built to do at terrible cost. Icathian lands were left scarred. The void was pushed back, but the monolith was shattered in the process, broken into pieces that scattered across the world. One of those pieces would much later become Malphite. But we'll get to him. After the Icathian catastrophe, after the Void and then the Darken and then the Rune Wars, the Ixtali made a decision. They were done. Done with empires, done with alliances, done with the endless chain of disasters that came from being too connected to the rest of the world. Every time Runeterra's great powers reached their peak, something cataclysmic followed. The Void, the Darken Wars, the Rune Wars that nearly destroyed magic itself. The Ixtali had watched all of it from their jungles. They had survived all of it, and they had drawn a conclusion. The best way to protect what they had built was to disappear. So they did. Over centuries, the Ixtali withdrew. They erased themselves from the maps of the world. They used their elemental mastery to hide their settlements, to turn the jungle itself into a barrier, a living wall of thorns and predators and disorienting magic that swallowed anyone who wandered too close without permission. And at the center of all of it, they built something extraordinary. Ixtal. Ixtal isn't a city in the way most of us would think of one. It isn't a collection of buildings around a marketplace or a fortified town growing outward from a castle. It's an arcology, or more precisely, a system of arcologies. Think of it like this. Imagine enormous structures, each one almost alive with elemental energy, connected to each other by glowing lines of power that trace through the jungle like veins. Each arcology represents a different discipline of elemental magic. The practitioners who live in each one are devoted to a specific axiom, earth or water or fire, or the dozens of more esoteric forms in between. They are not purely places of learning and not purely places of living. They're both at once. You don't just study the water axiom at the water arcology, you live it, you breathe it. The magic and the community are inseparable. The largest arcologies house tens of thousands of people. The whole system, connected by those shimmering lines of power, forms a city-state unlike anything else on Runeterra. And Ixtal has been this way, mostly unchanged for thousands of years. Society within Ixtal is built around what's called the mage autocracy, a caste system where your place in the world is determined by your elemental discipline and how deeply you've mastered it. This isn't casual. You are born into a caste or assigned to one early in life. Your family is part of a caste. Your role in society, whether you're a fisherman who uses water magic to guide fish into nets, or a blacksmith who controls heat with bare hands to forge metal, or a healer, or a guardian, or an administrator, all of it is shaped by your elemental affiliation. It's worth pausing on that, actually, because one of the things that makes Ixtal so fascinating is that magic there isn't some rare, special gift reserved for a chosen few. It's woven into everyday life. Everyone uses it. The fishermen and the farmers and the craftspeople and the children. Magic in Ixtal is what science and technology are in other societies, the ordinary tool that gets ordinary things done. What varies is the degree of mastery. And mastery is everything. At the very top of the caste system sits the Ixtal, Ixtal's ruling council of master elementalists. The Ixtal are the best of the best, the mages who have achieved such complete command of their axioms that they can weave multiple elements together simultaneously, bending reality in ways that would be unthinkable to anyone outside Ixtal. They are the ones who maintain the great magical barriers that keep the jungle hidden. They are the ones who decide, generation after generation, who gets to ascend, who gets exiled, and what the kingdom's future will look like. To join the Ixtal, you must pass the Vidalion, a trial. There are no written rules about what that trial involves, and there are no official requirements for who can attempt it. What is known is that it tests you to the absolute edge of your abilities, and that acceptance into the Ixtal must be unanimous among all current members. Everyone has to say yes, the Ixtal members. The mark their status with special clothing, garments created with the help of elemental magic, each one uniquely expressive of the wearer's power and discipline. It's not just fashion, it's proof. One other thing about Ixtal's society that's worth understanding, the information landscape inside Ixtal is managed. Over centuries of isolation, the ruling caste has done significant work to shape what ordinary citizens believe about the outside world. Most people living inside Ixtal genuinely believe that after the Rune Wars, the rest of civilization was destroyed, that the world beyond the jungle is broken, dangerous, and empty of anything worth knowing. From the Ixtal's perspective, this isn't cruelty, it's protection. The less curiosity people have about the outside, the less risk of exposure. The less risk of exposure, the safer the kingdom. Whether you find that reasonable or deeply troubling probably says something about your own relationship with authority. But it's hard to deny that, from a pure survival standpoint, it worked. Ixtal endured while empires crumbled around it. Now that we understand the world of Ixtal, the history, the culture, the magic, let's meet the people who came out of it. And the creatures. Some of them are definitely creatures. Kiana, the Empress of Elements. If Ixtal has a face in the wider League of Legends universe, it's Kiana. She is the youngest of 10 daughters born to the ruling family of Ixaokan, the direct heirs to the highest seat of the Yuntal. Being the 10th child, the youngest, Kiana grew up understanding that by the traditional rules of succession, she was unlikely to ever rule. Everything was set to flow to her older sisters. There was just one problem. Kiana was impossibly talented. She began studying elemental magic at 7 years old. Within weeks, not months, not years, weeks, she had mastered techniques that her older sisters were still struggling with after years of practice. One by one, she surpassed them. And with every sibling she overtook in skill, her resentment grew a little sharper, because talent in Ixtal's rigid hierarchy didn't automatically translate to power. The rules of succession were the rules of succession, and Kiana had no patience for rules that stood in her way. Her relationship with her eldest sister Inessa escalated from rivalry to open hostility over years. Eventually, it became a formal challenge, ritual combat, witnessed by all of Ixaokan for the right to succeed their parents. Inessa agreed, expecting to put her arrogant younger sister in her place. Kiana won, decisively. Inessa never walked again. The aftermath was complicated. Kiana had proven her power beyond any doubt, but Ixaokan's rigid society wasn't simply going to hand the throne to someone who had maimed her own sister in public. The politics got messy. Kiana found herself celebrated for her power and simultaneously locked out of the path she wanted. So she started making her own path. Kiana's story takes a dramatic turn when she ventures outside the jungle, something Ixtal's citizens almost never do. She encounters Piltover's forces in the jungle, engages with the wider world, and in doing so, accidentally reveals to the outside world that Ixtal exists, a secret that the Yuntal had protected for thousands of years, compromised in a single moment. The fallout from that is still unfolding, and Kiana, for her part, doesn't seem particularly sorry about it. She is brilliant, ruthless, magnetic, and utterly certain of her own destiny. She calls herself the Empress of the Elements, and from a pure magical standpoint, she may not be wrong. But destiny and entitlement don't always point in the same direction, and Kiana's story is very much still being written. Melio, the gentle flame. Where Kiana is sharp edges and ambition, Melio is warmth and wonder. He is perhaps the most wholehearted champion Ixtal has ever produced. Melio is a boy, young, maybe 12, from a humble village on the fringes of Ixtal. His family's story is one of tragedy. Generations ago, his great-aunt Lune, a master of both earth and fire axioms, was convicted of speaking against the Yuntal. Both Lune and her twin sister Lupe, Melio's grandmother, were punished. Lupe was banished to the farthest reaches of Ixtal. The family's place in society was erased. Lupe tried to teach Melio the axiomata as he grew up, but by the traditional rules, his approach to fire was wrong. He couldn't make it destructive the way it was supposed to be. His fire didn't burn, it healed. Melio had discovered something that, as far as anyone in Ixtal's long magical history could tell, had never existed before. A soothing fire, fire that nurtured instead of consumed, a genuinely new axiom born from one child's inability to make magic work the way everyone told him it was supposed to. With his grandmother, Melio fashioned a special backpack he calls his furnacita, a vessel to carry his ever-burning flame, and set off on a journey to Ixaokan. His goal, to prove himself to the Yuntal, join their ranks, and restore his family's name. His story is one of optimism so pure it borders on radical. In a society built on rigid tradition and hierarchical mastery, he arrives with something nobody expected and nobody can dismiss. His gentle fire has already caught the attention of people in Ixaokan, including, significantly, his imprisoned great-aunt Lune, who watches with interest from her captivity. Melio is the kind of champion who makes you wonder what happens when genuine goodness walks into a system built on pride. Nico, the curious chameleon. Nico is not from Ixaokan. She is not an Ixtali mage in the traditional sense. She is something older, and in many ways, something stranger. Nico is a Vastaya, one of the ancient half-human, half-spirit peoples who trace their lineage back to the mythical Vastaya Shire, creatures of pure spiritual essence who existed before recorded history. Her tribe, the Uvicat, lived in isolation on a remote island, preserving a magical purity of bloodline that few Vastayan tribes had managed to maintain. The Uvicat had a remarkable gift. They could sense and share Shoma, the spiritual essence woven through all living things. Among themselves, they had almost no secrets. Their community was defined by this deep, intimate connection. Then something destroyed her home. The details are still shrouded in mystery, but Nico escaped, taking the form of a bird and flying away from whatever catastrophe consumed her tribe. She was the only survivor. She ended up in the jungles of Ixtal, still exploring, still grieving, still full of an irrepressible curiosity about the world and the living things in it. Her shape-shifting abilities, she can perfectly replicate the appearance, voice, and even physical injuries of any living being she's observed, make her both vulnerable and extraordinary. Nico is joyful in a way that could easily be mistaken for naivety. But there's depth underneath the delight. She carries the weight of being the last of her kind, the lone survivor of a culture that will die with her if she doesn't find a way to carry it forward. Every new encounter, every new friend, every new shape she borrows is a way of staying connected to a world that once threatened to leave her behind. She wanders the jungles around Ixtal, crossing paths with Piltovan explorers, with old ruins, with creatures both dangerous and wonderful. She is not bound by Ixaokan's rules. She is free in a way that most Ixtali never get to be, and haunted in a way they never understand. Nidalee, the huntress. Nidalee's story begins with abandonment and ends with ferocity. As an infant, she was left alone in the deep jungles of eastern Ixtal. The reasons are unclear. Perhaps her parents couldn't survive there. Perhaps they were lost. Perhaps something darker. What matters is that a female Paka, one of the great mystical jungle cats of Ixtal, found her, sensed something in her, and took her in. Nidalee grew up among the Paka. She learned to hunt from them, to track, to be still, to move through the jungle without disturbing a single leaf unless she chose to. And as she grew, the boundary between human and cat began to blur in ways that went beyond the merely metaphorical. She can shapeshift, become a great cougar at will, moving between forms as naturally as breathing. It's unclear whether this is a gift of the jungle's magic or something born from a childhood spent learning to be something she technically wasn't, or some combination. What's clear is that Nidalee is the jungle in a way that most Ixtali, for all their elemental mastery, are not. She has little patience for civilizations and their complications. She protects her territory with lethal precision. Those who wander into the deep jungle without permission encounter her as the jungle itself might encounter them. Beautiful, dangerous, and completely indifferent to their opinions. Rengar, the predator. Rengar is a Vastian, part of the boar-like Kilash tribe, and he is defined entirely by one thing: the hunt. He grew up among hunters, trained to be the greatest of them, and excelled so naturally that glory seemed inevitable. Then he encountered Kha'Zix, a void creature that had evolved beyond what anything in Runeterra was prepared for, and for the first time in his life, Rengar lost, badly. He walked away with one eye gone and an obsession that has never loosened its grip. Rengar now stalks the jungles of Ixtal with trophies from 100 kills hanging from his belt, all in service of one goal: to find Kha'Zix again, and this time, to win. His is not a story of kingdoms and politics. It's a story of pride, obsession, and what happens when the identity you built your whole life around gets challenged so completely that the only way forward is through. In a strange way, Kha'Zix, his prey, his nemesis, thinks of him the same way. They are each other's greatest test. Neither can quite leave the other alone. Zyra, the Rise of the Thorns. Zyra is perhaps the most alien of all Ixtal's champions, and that's saying something. In the ancient jungles of Ixtal, there exists a place called the Gardens of Zyr, a region home to carnivorous plants with a collective hive mind. They are not animals. They are not what most people would consider people, but they are aware, in their way, and they share something like a consciousness between them. During the Rune Wars, a sorceress and her soldiers entered the Gardens of Zyr. A catastrophic magical explosion followed. Everything in the immediate area died. Then, centuries later, something grew out of that dead ground, something that was neither plant nor human, but carried pieces of both. Zyra emerged from the ruins of that magical disaster, with the predatory awareness of the garden's hive mind and faint fragmented impressions from the human who died in the explosion. She experiences the world through entirely alien eyes. Every other living thing is either potential prey, potential territory, or potential competition. Her goal, to the extent she has one, is to reclaim the material world for nature. She sees civilization as an intrusion. She sees the careful elemental balance that Ixtal's mages maintain as an affront. She is the jungle's wrath-given form, not the jungle as Nidalee knows it, wild and honest, but the jungle is something vast and patient and utterly without mercy. Malphite, the Shard of the Monolith. We mentioned the monolith earlier, that great floating fortress of living stone that Nazook built to fight the Void. The weapon that worked at terrible cost and shattered in the process. Malphite is what's left. He is a shard of that great construct, awakened into consciousness over millennia. He carries within him the memory of what the monolith was built for: protection, sacrifice, endurance, and he applies those values to the world around him with the single-minded focus of something that has never known doubt. He is enormous. He is ancient. He experiences time very differently than biological creatures do. The things that feel urgent and immediate to humans, political crises, personal slights, the passage of a human lifetime, register to Malphite more like weather patterns. Interesting, worth noting, but not ultimately worth panicking over. He is not simple, though he might seem it. He carries the weight of the monolith's purpose, and in his own way, he continues to fulfill it, standing between the vulnerable and the things that would consume them. Skarner, the primordial sovereign. Skarner is one of the Brackern, ancient crystalline scorpion-like beings who have lived beneath the surface of Runeterra since before recorded history. His connection to Ixtal is foundational. When the very first Ixtali settlers arrived in the jungle, they didn't know they were being watched. Skarner observed them from a distance for a long time, fascinated by these strange creatures building their lives in his home. Then, one day, a rockslide threatened to destroy one of their settlements, and Skarner emerged. He saved them, not because they asked, not because he was bound to, but because he was curious, and because letting them die seemed wasteful. That moment of intervention created a relationship between the Brackern and the Ixtali that lasted for ages. Mutual respect between two peoples who understood what it meant to be ancient, patient, and committed to survival. Skarner's more recent lore deals with him reclaiming his name, his sense of self, after a period of being weaponized and exploited by forces from Piltover. But his roots, literally and figuratively, are in Ixtal's soil. For thousands of years, the strategy worked perfectly. Ixtal hid, and the world forgot it existed. Explorers who wandered into the jungle didn't come back out, taken by the wildlife, or quietly removed by Ixtali defenders, or simply lost in a forest that didn't want to be navigated. Pirates, treasure hunters, entire expeditions from Piltover's Explorer Guild, gone. The outside world has been quietly, relentlessly probing Ixtal's borders for decades. Noxus, with its appetite for expansion, has been pressing against the jungle's edges. Piltover's curious explorers keep finding excuses to go looking for whatever ancient magic might be hidden in the trees. And then, Chiana walked out of the jungle, threw a river at some Piltovan soldiers, and the secret was over. The revelation that Ixtal exists that there is a sophisticated ancient magical civilization hidden in the jungle has sent ripples through the outside world. Piltover now knows the rest of Runeterra will follow. For the Yuntal, this is a crisis without precedent. Their entire governing philosophy for the past several thousand years has been built on the premise that isolation equals safety. The plan was never for the outside world to adapt to Ixtal's existence. The plan was for the outside world to never know Ixtal existed. Now what? This is where Ixtal sits right now in the lore, on the edge of a decision that will define the next chapter of its history. Does it open? Does it try to reassert its secrecy through force? Does it become a player in the wider politics of Runeterra, finally engaging with the Noxian threat or reaching some kind of arrangement with Piltover? And what role do the champions play in all of this? Chiana, who shattered the secret, now perhaps dreams of leading Ixtal into a future where it doesn't hide, where it dominates. Milio, young and hopeful, might represent a different path. Ixtal, not as an empire or a fortress, but as a place that finally shares its gifts with the world. The jungle hasn't changed. The trees are still impossibly tall. The flowers still bloom in colors with no names. The elemental magic still hums through the arcologies of Ixaucan like a slow, deep heartbeat. But for the first time in a very long while, the rest of the world knows to listen for it. Ixtal is, in many ways, a place built on a question. What do you do when the world is dangerous and beautiful in equal measure? The Ixtali answered that question by building walls of magic and jungle and silence, by preserving what they had at the cost of sharing it, by choosing survival over connection. And for thousands of years, by any objective measure, it worked. But preservation has its own cost. The cultures that flourish in isolation also freeze. The Yuntal's information control kept their people safe, but it also kept them in the dark about a world that kept changing without them. The champions who emerged from Ixtal, Kiana and Milio, Nico and Nidalee, Rengar and Zira and Malphite and Skarner, each carry a piece of that tension between the old and the new, between isolation and connection, between the pride of what Ixtal has preserved and the cost of what it gave up to preserve it. That's what makes Ixtal so compelling as a piece of storytelling. It's not a straightforward good kingdom or a cartoonish empire. It's a civilization that made hard choices, stuck with them for thousands of years, and is now facing a moment where those choices might no longer be enough. The jungle is still there. The magic is still alive. And the story is still unfolding. Thank you so much for spending this time with Ixtal. If you enjoyed this, the lore goes even deeper. The short stories with the flowers and At the Edge of the World are both worth seeking out, and the champion bios on the League of Legends universe site are full of detail we barely scratched the surface of today. Until next time, stay curious, stay calm, and remember, the most interesting things are usually the ones the map says aren't. There.